Chapter 1395. Sister Shui, you're not bad. If you weren't with me, you'd definitely be able to comprehend a lot. After all, you've listened to my general principles countless times. Moreover, we've been communicating for so many years. It's just that you're not as fast as me. Chen Hao's voice suddenly appeared in Wan Yishui's mind. You don't have to comfort me. Wan Yishui's face turned even redder. She didn't expect Chen Hao to be able to capture her emotions. What's there to comfort? I'm telling the truth. I think that Si Xian was able to comprehend so much because she was listening to my general principles. You listened even more, but because you were with me, you didn't show it. Think about it. Didn't you comprehend many of the barriers? It's just that before you could fully comprehend them, I was the first to complete them? That seems to be the case. Wan Yishui thought for a moment and was slightly surprised. Chenan, Parkway Academy. Suddenly, Chen Hao saw the name of the individual who had comprehended the barriers surging up the rankings. It's Little Nan. Chen Hao was slightly excited. He already knew from Si Xian that Chen Nan and the others had already stepped into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Now that he saw Chen Nan's name soaring up the rankings, he was naturally sure that it was his younger brother. Ling and Du Jing are up too. However, their individual rankings shouldn't be too high, just as Chen Hao expected, although Chen Nan, Chen Ling, Du Jing, and the others had strong comprehension abilities. They were in a top academy where competition was fierce. Not only were there many geniuses, but they were also competing with each other. Naturally, their individual rankings would be slightly lower. However, Parkway Academy's speed of advancement was in the top 30, much faster than Dahua Academy. Chen Si, is he actually this strong? It's only been 300 years, and his improvement is so shocking. Moreover, he's already been chosen by King Ying. He's far ahead, far ahead. Li Wuxiang, racked my brains and thought that I'd completely surpassed Dahua Academy. Who would have thought? Li Wuxiang originally wanted his disciple, Ding Ling, to get back at them in the team competition of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. He wanted to use the lives of Murong Qianhua and the others in exchange for Shi Chao's godhead. This was because he believed that Ding Ling was strong enough to do it. Shi Chao was the strongest disciple he had ever met in his life. As long as he could obtain his godhead, he would be able to control Shi Chao's new reincarnation cycle and take him under his command. After a few thousand years, Shi Chao would become another monstrous genius. But now, the Tanglong Academy, led by Ding Ling, couldn't even catch up to the Dahua Academy. His wishful thinking had failed. Very good, Ing. I'm starting to regret it. On the rostrum, the Celestial River King could not help but speak up when he saw Si Xian's name on the 23rd place of the individual comprehension barrier. Celestial River King must be joking. Her comprehension ability can only be regarded as good. Her performance is so outstanding because she is only in a first-class academy and has no competitors. Besides, even if she is really strong in front of the countless genius disciples of your Shao clan, she is nothing. Ha ha! Look at how nervous you are. I was just joking with you. Ing, as long as you want it, I can give up anything. Don't tell me it's just a disciple. Princess Ing shook her head slightly and did not say anything else. She was indeed very nervous about Si Xian. Was it just because they looked alike? Of course not. Although the origin aura on Si Xian's body was very weak, so weak that she would not be able to detect it if she did not examine it carefully, it was definitely there. It was the aura of her bloodline origin. It was also because Si Xian had this aura that Princess Ing was so sensitive to the Celestial River King's words. She was worried that the powerful Celestial River King would be able to sense it. After all, the Celestial River King was also very familiar with her origin aura, and the only origin bloodline that Princess Ing had spread out was the product of her and Yilan Yixian. Of course, Princess Ing could sense that Xixian was not Yixian, but she was sure that it was related to Yixian. How could she not be nervous? The Celestial River King's Xiao clan is really too strong. They are number one again. Yeah, they are number one in Daluo and Hongmeng. They are basically number one in the group competition. This is the foundation of the number one clan. When the Xiao clan's team was the first to step out of the space of myriad daos, countless praises could be heard. The Celestial River King's Xiao clan was the number one clan in the great world of Xiandi. This made Chun, Hao, and the others understand how strong their foundation was. Princess Ying's Xian New Palace was only number 7 this time. Zhulu Academy was number 2, and Snowdrift Academy was number 4. Without a doubt, Zhulu Academy still retained their title as the number 1 academy. As for the Floating Snow Academy, one of the top 10 academies, if nothing unexpected happened, it would be ranked 2nd. Parkway Academy. Pissed. When the light spot representing Parkway Academy coincided with the core of the space of myriad daos, Chun Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he saw several figures in the air. The 16th place was the same as Parkway Academy's Daluo Golden Wonderland team competition. Brother, senior brother, boss, big brother. Many figures that Chun Hao was familiar with appeared. However, Chun Hao and the other cultivators did not expect that Chun Nan and Ao Tian's brothers and sisters, led by Chun Nan, would look in the direction of Dahua Academy and shout in unison. Unfortunately, Chun Hao could not step out of the grotto heaven. Although the other cultivators were curious, they did not know who Chun Nan and the others were shouting for. Brother Fatty, are they shouting for you? Ao Qian, Ling Feng, and the others who already knew about the relationship between Parkway Academy and Chun Hao could vaguely guess and could not help but ask. That's my younger brother and many other brothers and sisters. Chun Hao had an excited expression as he stared at the figures who returned to their grotto heavens after just shouting. He spoke rather proudly. They are all very good, Ao Qian said. Indeed. However, when we step into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, we will be even stronger. Ling Feng continued. That's true. No, as the Monkey King, I must work hard. No matter what, I must become the number 1 general underbrother Fatty. With me around, do you think you can? Piece of cake. I just don't want to give up on certain things. Otherwise, the current me, forget it. There's no point in saying more. Let's wait and see. Ao Qian said confidently. Che, then let's wait and see. Ling Feng, who was already convinced by Fatty, would not let Ao Guang beat him. Fatty shrugged speechlessly and said, after this ranking competition, I should also step into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Brother Fatty, you can't, right? You haven't reached the peak of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. If you step into the Hongmeng domain too early, it will be disadvantageous for your Yin spirit. Otherwise, I would have gone long ago. Chapter 1396. That's right. It's best to enter when you've all reached the Great Perfection Realm. The best way is to adjust the cultivation realms of the immortal realm and the great world of Xiandi to the same level. You may not feel it now, but the more you go, the more obvious it will be. This is something that countless seniors have proven. Oh, there's such a saying? Yes, Brother Fatty, this really can't be rushed. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. Chun Hao frowned slightly. He felt that he had been stuck in the Daluo Golden Wonderland for a long time, especially after experiencing the nirvana of his true self. At this moment, when he saw that his younger brother Chen Nan, Coiling Dragon, and the others had taken the lead to step into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, Chun Hao was a little impatient. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha. Sword King Chen Taishu stroked his beard and laughed, his eyes showing a rare excitement. This made Miao Xian and Qin Yang, who were in the Zhulu Academy's Grotto Heaven, very surprised. It seemed that after seeing Fatty, their master's spirit and mood improved a lot. This was a situation that they had never seen before. Miao Xian didn't know that Fatty had become close to his master. Ha ha ha. They're all here, Nan, and the others even stepped into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm ahead of time. And their strength is very good. Ha! In the immortal realm, Chen Wuliang burst out laughing almost the same as Sword King Chen Taishu. It seems that they really didn't come to the great world of Xian Di together. Otherwise, Nan, and the others wouldn't be so excited. Shuemei said, seeing them, I really feel that we're old. Han Mei said, how can that be? I'm still very young. Humph, as a father, I can't let my son surpass me, but not too fast. How shameful would that be? Work hard, we must work hard. Chun Wuliang, Shuemei, and Han Mei became even more gratified and excited after seeing Chen Nan and the others. I've decided it's time to leave Dunjia Academy. Don't be surprised. With my current realm and strength, entering a first-rate academy isn't a problem at all. It's even possible for me to enter a top-notch academy. You mean to look for how? No, we'll affect them. Just tell them not to worry about us. What I mean is to choose another powerful force. It's better for our cultivation. Chen Wuliang said. All right then. Chi. He's out. Ha ha ha. Chen Wanxiang said excitedly. Because of Xi Xian's explosive performance, the Grand Mist Supremacy realm of the University of Dahua had once again exceeded Chen Wanxiang's expectations. They had actually obtained 67th place, surpassing the results of more than 30 top academies. This was simply unimaginable before the start of the competition. Even if it can't become a top-notch academy, it can definitely become a top-notch first-rate academy. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Brother Chung. Congratulations. I really didn't expect your University of Dahua to be so strong. You're really lucky. As long as one of the top 1,000 appears in the individual ranking competition, you'll be able to step into a top-notch academy. You're really amazing. It's nothing, it's just luck. Our foundation is still lacking. We just happen to be a bit stronger this time. It's hard to say what will happen in the individual competition. Cheng Wanxiang appeared modest on the surface, but his expression revealed unconcealable excitement as he responded to the congratulatory words coming from around him. Next to him, Li Wuxiang, who was at the entrance of the Grotto Heaven, had an ashen expression as he stared fiercely at the high-spirited Cheng Wanxiang. Although the Tanglong Academy, led by Ding Ling, was also close to the core and might be able to enter the top 100, and combined with the results of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, whether it was the Daluo Golden Wonderland or the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, as long as one of the top 1,000 appeared in the individual competition, they might be promoted to a top-notch academy. However, he wasn't happy at all. Top 1,000. As long as one of the top 1,000, our University of Dahua will be a top-notch academy. Ha ha! Top 1,000. This fat brother has hope. What do you mean by hope? Let's not talk about the others, but we've all seen this fat brother's terrifying strength with our own eyes. If he doesn't have hope of entering the top 1,000, I'll twist my head off and let you smash it like a watermelon. This we can't be too sure. After all, the world is coming, and countless spirits of all things may appear in the individual competition. Moreover, at least half of the cultivators in the top 1,000 didn't belong to any major forces, but were disciples of some hidden masters. Yeah, before the competition starts, it's hard to say anything. It's better to be cautious. However, it's true that this fat brother has a high chance. Captain Morong also has a high chance. Yeah, that's true. As long as one of us enters the top 1,000, we'll all be treated much better. Let's pray. Is it that difficult to enter the top 1,000? Everyone's discussion made the fat man slightly puzzled. In his opinion, entering the top 1,000 was not a problem at all. It could be described as catching a chicken in the crotch of one's pants. It was something that was in the bag. His goal was to enter the top 10 with his sword principle. That's true. Being able to comprehend the Tao law doesn't mean that one's combat strength is awesome. Although Shi Chao is powerful, he's only in a first-rate academy. With my current strength, it's indeed not something that others can estimate, Chen Hao thought to himself. However, what they said makes sense. The world is coming, and spirits of all things like Shi Chao may really appear. I can't let my guard down. As for him, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Morong Qianhua, who looked a little solemn in the distance, with a touch of disdain. Such a love rival couldn't even arouse his fighting spirit. Xi could easily deal with him by herself. As for Tang Hu and Xian Yuanchen, who had jumped up and threatened to bet, they didn't dare to jump up now. If Chen Hao wanted to lower himself to their level, he would have mocked and ridiculed them. After the end of the team competition, the host announced a 3-day break. 3 days later, the individual ranking competition would still be held on Zhulu Peak. During these 3 days, the arbitration team would divide the participants into groups based on the information they had collected, arrange the competition process, and referees. After returning to his residence, Chen Hao wanted to apply to the dean to go to the palace where Parkway Academy was located to see his girls and siblings. However, before he could say anything, he was forcibly taken away by the beautiful teachers, Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian, in the name of special training before the competition. At the same time, the other teachers took away Morong Qianhua, Xi Xian, Tang Hu, Xian Yuanchen, Wan Yishui, Ao Guang, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, and the other strongest people of the 2 realms in Daihua Academy. It was also a special training before the competition. Moreover, they all stepped into the mind of the dean, Cheng Wanxiang. Daihua Academy wasn't the only one who did this. It could be said that most of the academies did the same. This was also the usual practice before the start of the individual competition. Buzz. The space shook, and Chen Hao and the 2 beautiful teachers, Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian, appeared in the vast and boundless space. Chapter 1397. In the Void. The aura of the heavenly Tao was countless times clearer than in the grand 1,000 worlds of the immortal emperors. The heaven and earth spirit Qi was even thicker and purer. Chen Hao could clearly feel that he could directly absorb it without refining it. Moreover, he didn't feel any discomfort. The compatibility between the heaven and earth spirit Qi was extremely high. Obviously, this was a pure, vital essence that was specially condensed according to Chen Hao's aura, so that Chen Hao could quickly replenish it without any hindrance. He did not need to waste time recovering his energy. Ruo Lan's words proved this point. Little brother, the 2 of us will accompany you for these 3 days. Don't waste your time. This is a space that we sisters have specially created for you in our strongest immortal artifact. The quintessence here is completely compatible with you. The laws of the world have been strengthened countless times. It will undoubtedly be of great help to your cultivation and comprehension. Of course, the most important thing is that the 2 of us can feed you moves. Ruo Lan looked directly into Chen Hao's eyes with her beautiful eyes and said with a sweet smile, "Feed me moves? Why? You don't like it? Cough, cough. Why would I? It's just that it's only 3 days. I just stepped out of the space of myriad Tao not long ago. I think it's more important to meditate. Don't underestimate our celestial artifact. Even the dean is ashamed of his inferiority. We can activate the space-time law 3,000 times. It can't be? Chunhao was shocked. Do you think I'm lying to you? Of course, we borrowed the power of the dean's mind. Otherwise, with our cultivation, we would not be able to unleash the power of the celestial artifact to such an extent. Under the space-time law 3,000 times, that's 9,000 days. It's easy to comprehend the Tao of the space of myriad Tao, but using it is not something that can be done in a day. 20 years is too short. Moreover, for most of the top geniuses, they have basically surpassed the limits of their own realm. You are the same. Therefore, you can't rely on the realm of Tao to win. Absolute power, combat skills, tactics, and the unique skills that you are proficient in now are the key to victory. The only things that can be improved in a short period of time are absolute power and targeted tactics. After all, you have just reached the complete realm. That's true. Then I'll have to trouble you too. Chunhao shrugged and cupped his fists. Why do I feel like you want to distance yourself from me? After hearing Chunhao's words, Ruo Xian faintly smiled. She took a step closer and lifted her beautiful face, as if she wanted to see through Chunhao. Cough, cough. How could that be? Big Sister Rulin, you're thinking too much. I didn't mean that. Fatty was slightly embarrassed. The beautiful teacher's senses are very sharp, and her attacks seem to be very fierce. Furthermore, she doesn't hold back at all. When she saw the fatty's abnormality, she immediately pointed it out. This seemed to be an extremely tempting thing for any man, but Chunhao was rather annoyed. Are you done flirting? At this moment, the sexy and fiery Ruo Xian suddenly spoke up. She seemed rather impatient. If that's enough, then let's begin. Don't waste time. This is consuming a lot of energy every second. Xian, are you jealous? Ruo Lan glared at the unromantic Ruo Xian and said, Bah, I'm not interested. Is that so? Are you going to start? If not, I'm leaving. All right, brother, you should start refining your true origin first and raise your absolute power to your current limit. After Ruo Lan finished speaking, she directly went to Ruo Xian's side and retreated into the distance. At the same time, she said, When you're done refining, we sisters will take turns to spar with you. Good luck. Immediately, the two figures disappeared from Chunhao's sight. Indeed, I should first refine my absolute power to its limit. Phew. Chunhao took a deep breath and slowly merged his mind into his body. Chunhao's realm had just reached the complete realm of I am heaven and earth. I am heaven and earth. Indeed, he needed to refine his true origin. This was also the most direct way to increase his combat strength. Then let's devour. Buzz. Chi. With a thought, Chunhao directly merged into the state of mind of the Berserk Demon realm. He began to crazily devour the spiritual energy of the world that was completely compatible with him. Moreover, it was constantly being compressed in his body. At the same time, the general outline of the great Tao began to resound in Chunhao's mind. Chunhao had to take the pressure of being in the top 10 of the sword principles seriously. Moreover, although he knew that he could not hide his actions from Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian, Chunhao did not care. Immediately, golden lotus-like runes suddenly floated in his mind and condensed into mysterious runes that connected the heaven and earth. They began to devour the spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily. A moment later, the thick and boundless heaven and earth spiritual chi began to fluctuate and gather towards Chunhao at a faster and faster speed. Chunhao's body, without any consciousness, began to expand slowly. What a fast devouring speed! Ruolan, look at him. Carefully sense his aura. Could it be that he's in the mad demon realm? It seems like it. No wonder he's devouring so fast. But doesn't the mad demon realm only appear when he's seriously stimulated? How would I know? You'll have to ask this little fatty. He's shrinking again. He's using the most direct, painful, and cruel method to refine his true origin. When Ruo Xian saw the fatty's gradually expanding body suddenly shrink, she understood that the fatty was directly devouring and compressing the spiritual qi to break through his limits. What a crazy guy! Ruo Lan was also extremely surprised. They had used this kind of cultivation method before, but they would definitely not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because the pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. More importantly, it was very dangerous. Once the physical body's limit was estimated wrongly, the body would explode and die. If it was too small, the effect would be greatly reduced. Therefore, under normal circumstances, very few cultivators would use this method. After 4 hours, Chun Hao had undergone 9 cycles of expansion and contraction. The true origin around his body was once again compressed to the limit. What was amazing was that streams of true origin that seemed to have no attribute but could transform into any attribute constantly escaped from his pores. Because he had reached his limit, his pores seemed to be forcing out faint traces of blood, interacting with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. His limbs, veins, organs, and every cell began to expand again. However, this time, the expansion speed was much slower than the previous 9 cycles. He's compressing the spiritual qi and expanding at the same time. It seems like it's crazy. How can he not be crazy when he's in the mad demon realm? If I'm not wrong, his consciousness is only left with a strand of obsession, and it's an obsession that he has set. Before he completes the requirements of his obsession, he will become more and more crazy. Chapter 1398. That should be the case. I really didn't expect this little fatty to be so ruthless to himself. Even if he doesn't possess a powerful bloodline, his strength would still be greatly affected after his physical body was destroyed and reconstructed into a golden body. Let's see. If he can't hold on any longer, we'll help him. Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian looked at the expanding Chun Hao from afar and communicated secretly. As time passed, Chun Hao grew bigger and bigger. The true yuan in his body became more and more terrifying. The energy fluctuations in the immortal artifact space became more and more intense. Not only did Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian become more and more nervous, even Cheng Wanxiang, who was providing energy for the immortal artifact space, was alarmed. Unfortunately, Cheng Wanxiang couldn't see what was happening to Ruo Lan, Ruo Xian, and Chun Hao. He thought that Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian were taking the opportunity to extort some energy from him. If he knew that it was Chun Hao who was devouring the energy, he would be even more shocked than Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The exquisite Taoist robe of the Taoist Academy on Chun Hao's body was actually torn apart by his swollen body and the vigorous and raging true essence aura turning into strands of silk. Fortunately, Chun Hao had secretly used the Saint Artifact soft armor before the start. Otherwise, he would probably have to be honest at this moment. As his robe exploded, Chun Hao's body began to tremble violently. In his demonic state, his expression became even crazier. It was as if he was enduring endless pain and could explode at any time. However, boundless heaven and earth's spiritual energy continued to surge into his body. Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian held their breaths nervously. Chun Hao's dantian, meridians, and every cell in his body were operating at their limits. Boundless true yuan surged violently in his body like a raging ocean, Roar. Suddenly, Chun Hao roared into the sky. Mysterious runes flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into halos that enveloped his body. Buzz. In an instant, the pores all over Chun Hao's body actually closed, and he finally stopped absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, in this extreme state, he actually used the power of the divine ability runes to forcefully compress himself like a vessel. Pain, unbearable pain. Chun Hao, who was in his demonic state, roared crazily. Boom, 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 boom. After several hours, Chun Hao's Dantian's Dantian, true Yuan translation Dantian's Dantian, suddenly the energy that could make Chen's Dantian. Splash. At this moment, Chun Hao's Dantian seemed to have transformed into an endless sea. His meridians, internal organs, and cells were filled with true essence, which directly and rapidly fused into a true essence that was several times purer than before. The evolved true essence transformed into rivers and lakes that flowed through his meridians from all directions and converged into Chun Hao's Dantian, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. At this moment, Chun Hao's mind had also entered a wonderful state. His demonic state had disappeared, and his mind seemed to be in a defensive state. His will was in his Dantian, and he was quietly feeling the endless comfort brought about by the increase in the quality of his true qi. Happiness came after suffering. It didn't take long for Chun Hao's body to return to its original size. His entire aura seemed to have disappeared, becoming one with the space. The pain all over his body had completely disappeared, and what replaced it was a feeling of power, as if the world was under his control. Boom! A sword light suddenly flew out from Chun Hao's hand. Rumble! The sword light exploded. Heaven and earth shook. When Chun Hao entered Ruoxian's and Rulin's divine artifact to cultivate, the information of all the contestants was displayed on the huge display screen of the arbitration team through their respective tokens. This was the information that the major forces had filled in during the registration. It also included the information of the various tests and experience records of the cultivators in the great world of CND. This would be used as a preliminary assessment of combat power. It would be used for the individual ranking competition. The number of cultivators participating in the individual ranking competition was 10 times or even 100 times more than the group competition. That was because as long as one's cultivation level met the requirements, there were no restrictions. Anyone could participate. Because of this, the individual ranking competition was divided into 1,000 groups. The top 100 from each group would be selected. Being able to qualify meant that one had stepped into the top 100,000 in the great world of CND. 100,000 sounded like a large number. However, compared to the number of contestants, which was counted in hundreds of millions, it was definitely a powerful existence. Therefore, all the cultivators who could qualify were basically monstrous geniuses in the great world of CND. After the top 100,000 contestants were selected, they were divided into 10 groups again according to their performance. Each group had 10,000 people. The top 100 from each group would be selected again. This time, the top 100 would be the top 10,000 in the great world of CND. He succeeded so quickly. How can this little fatty be so monstrous? Ruoxian looked at the dazzling sword light and felt the absolute power that it contained. She was shocked. I knew that he was very strong. However, I didn't expect him to be stronger than I expected. Now, do you believe me? Rulin said with a smile. Unless you show him, I won't believe it. Okay, I'll show you. However, don't be jealous. Rulin said confidently. Phew. Gently exhaling, Chun Hao's lips curled into a smile. This is my true strength. As expected, one can't cook without rice. Without the support of absolute power, it's impossible. Now, I have the confidence to suppress that girl. Chun Hao felt the surging power in his body. He was full of confidence. Only now did he realize how big the gap was between the peak of the late stage of the Daluo Golden Wonderland and refining himself to the peak of the peak of the peak. Originally, he didn't think there was much of a difference. However, now he knew that the difference was not small. However, he had done it in just one day. Of course, this was also the reason why he had accumulated so much power. Similarly, there was an endless supply of spiritual energy from heaven and earth that didn't require refining. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so simple. Who knew how long it would take to gather spiritual energy from heaven and earth? This was when there were sufficient spiritual items of heaven and earth. What if there were no spiritual items of heaven and earth? I can't waste it. It's a free lunch. I'll eat as much as I can. Chi, 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 chi. Chun Hao suddenly moved. In an instant, the sound of air breaking was released from his hands. It turned into extremely mysterious sword light, violently and sharply attacking the air. He didn't hold back at all. Every attack condensed the strongest power. He only had one goal, which was to exhaust all the energy in his body as quickly as possible. Buzz. At this moment, the space shook. Ruolin's figure suddenly appeared near Chun Hao. Chapter 1399. Chi. Ruolin did not even greet him and directly attacked. However, Chun Hao was not surprised. He was very excited that Ruolin had come in time to attack him. Chi, chi. Chun Hao's attacks instantly became violent and sharp, twisting and turning, unsheathing and unsheathing his sword. One after another resplendent sword light after another was constantly emitted from his body. The places where they connected, there wasn't the slightest bit of sloppiness, like moving clouds and flowing water, continuous and unending. His fat body, sometimes condensed into one, and sometimes twisted crazily, he exerted the power of his body and soared to the extreme. Facing Ruolin, who was several realms higher than him and was the genius of the First Academy tens of thousands of years ago, Chun Hao did not have the slightest scruple. He did not have to worry that he would hurt her at all. What he needed to do was to unscrupulously display what he had learned, comprehended, and the strongest power to test and improve his combat strength. Ruolin, on the other hand, was feeding him at the right time, forcing Chun Hao to explode with more and more powerful attacks and defenses. Such a scene did not take long before Chun Hao was completely immersed in a state of battle to his heart's content. His pitch-black and deep eyes flickered with rays of bright light, extremely focused and exquisite and sharp sword skills emerged one after another. Although the magical power and laws contained in them were very simple and low-level for Ruolin's cultivation, in Chun Hao's hands they had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. The seemingly unrelated sword Dao runes were actually linked and resonating with each other, erupting with power that was completely beyond his own realm. This alone was not enough to shock Ruolin. What really shocked her was that the absolute power contained in Chun Hao's body was even more vigorous than that of the monstrous geniuses in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Even an ordinary cutting path, genuine, immortal, would be inferior to him. This was really incredible. The only explanation was that Chun Hao's physical talent was unbelievably strong. In the same realm, his absolute power was much more tyrannical and vigorous. Why only use sword Dao? As far as I know, you are not a pure sword puppet. Although your attacks are almost flawless, they do not have the pure sword Dao consciousness of a true sword cultivator. Therefore, this is not your strongest power. Just do as you please, and don't be limited to the sword. Oh, that's fine. During the battle, Ruo Lan, who had a powerful cultivation base and was knowledgeable, eventually discovered Chun Hao's weakness and reminded him. Chun Hao pondered for a moment and did not insist. At the same time, he was also shocked by how sharp Ruo Lan's eyes were. After all, his sword skill could be said to be a combination of sword force and sword will. It could be said that there were no flaws, at least for his current level. However, Ruo Lan still saw through his problem. Indeed, he was not a true sword puppet, although his sword skills and sword will had achieved that every time he attacked or dispelled Ruo Lan's attack, there would be Abhijna absolute art that did not belong to the category of sword skills appearing in his mind. This was what Ruo Lan meant when she said that he did not have a pure sword will. At this time, Chun Hao really didn't have to insist. After all, this was his training after advancing to the consummate level, so it should be all round. 1. Life-taking scissors kick. Chun Hao's body suddenly trembled, and he shouted loudly. Amidst the endless sword light, he suddenly used the great teleportation art to close the distance between him and Ruo Lan. Then, he used the deadly scissor kick, a unique skill of the martial arts world, in close combat. Chi! Chi! In an instant, his legs were like a pair of scissors, opening and closing abruptly. Every time he opened and closed his legs, he would release an extremely terrifying amount of Tao Law energy, which transformed into countless afterimages, changing from various angles as he ferociously and violently kicked Ruo Lan. Good! Ruo Lan shouted softly and suddenly stretched out her slender hands, agilely forming two beautiful incantations in front of her chest. She suddenly stretched out her hands, one on the left and one on the right. Amidst the endless afterimages, she broke through layers of Tao Law and directly grabbed Chun Hao's ankles. What? Chun Hao was shocked. He wasn't shocked by Ruo Lan's strength, but by how could Ruo Lan suddenly be so shameless? Was this still considered feeding him moves? Her slender hands that suddenly broke through layers of Tao Law and forcibly immobilized him like steel bars and iron hoops. It was obvious that she had used a power that was completely beyond her realm. This was called bullying. After all, this was feeding him moves. Even if Ruo Lan didn't seal her realm, she should control her power to the same level as his. Otherwise, Ruo Lan could directly crush Chun Hao with the absolute power of her realm. How could she feed him moves? Lock, pa, pa. But before Chun Hao could be shocked for long, Ruo Lan, who used her powerful strength to grab Chun Hao's ankles, suddenly stuck to Chun Hao's body like an octopus and wrapped around Chun Hao. This made Chun Hao's eyes widen, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Golden Snake, clinging hands. Back then, when Chun Hao fought Hellion Wuzi on the arena for the first time, it was a rogue technique that defeated the strong with the weak. And at this moment, a great beauty, a dignified teacher who had attracted countless geniuses to bow down to her, was actually using it on him. Chun Hao was a little dumbfounded. Because Ruo Lan's face was facing Chun Hao's feet, Ruo Lan's slender legs wrapped around Chun Hao's waist, as well as the view under her skirt, were all seen by Chun Hao. Her plump buttocks were right in front of his eyes. Her soft and smooth body was stuck to his body just like that. Waves of tempting virgin body fragrance assaulted Chun Hao's nose. Seduction. Seduction. This was definitely a naked seduction and provocation. Ancient martial arts technique, golden snake, clinging hands, a peerless technique that allows the weak to defeat the strong. You have to sense it carefully. If you can get rid of me with the same power, you win. Pa, pa, Ruo Lan suddenly said. As she spoke, Ruo Lan's body suddenly wrapped around Chun Hao's waist again, and she was now face to face with him. At this moment, even if Chun Hao's skin was extremely thick, he still blushed. What kind of scene was this? Her beautiful face was so close, her deep, snow-white cleavage, and he could almost see the full appearance of the two jade bunnies. How could he endure this? How shameless, how shameless! You actually secretly mastered the immortal illusionary Heart Sutra. You actually used it on the little fatty student. Are you jealous? Hee hee. If you do this and others know about it, where are you going to put your face? You know it. I know it. He knows it. Who else would know? Moreover, I only used it on him. All right. I really don't know how you've been bewitched by him. You're hopeless. Is it really worth it? I don't know. I'm just following my heart. What Chun Hao did not know was that at this moment, Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian were standing side by side, looking at him seductively as he rolled on the ground. The immortal illusionary Heart Sutra was the same as the Red Dust Heart Sutra. It was also a powerful technique that was used to control emotions. When it was cultivated to a high level, it could form all kinds of emotional illusions. Moreover, it was completely derived from the other party's state of mind, unless the person's state of mind was stronger than the caster. Otherwise, they would not be able to discover it. Chapter 1400. In reality, all Ruo Lan did was to grab Chen Hao's ankles with both hands and seduce him with the golden snake's sticky hand. Everything that happened after that was an emotional illusion that Chun Hao had conjured up in his mind. What Chun Hao would do would depend entirely on what kind of emotion Ruo Lan was using. At this moment, Ruo Lan was obviously activating lust. If nothing went wrong, Chun Hao and Ruo Lan in the illusion would evolve into endless lust. Only then would Chun Hao's soul origin appear in the fusion of soul and body. That would mean that Ruo Lan had made Chun Hao reveal his true self. However, Chun Hao, who was entangled with a conflicted and embarrassed expression, suddenly moved under the same absolute power. He became even more of an octopus than Ruo Lan. Under Ruo Lan's lockdown, he deftly locked himself in place. Ah, no way. Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian widened their eyes in shock. Chun Hao had used the golden snake's sticky hand as well. Moreover, he was more skilled and proficient than the illusory Ruo Lan. He easily locked himself in place. While Ruo Lan was still in shock, Chun Hao, who had successfully locked himself in place, suddenly shook his body and teleported away. *CK. No way? At this moment, Ruo Lan's emotional illusion collapsed. Chun Hao could clearly see Ruo Lan standing next to Ruo Xian. However, Ruo Lan was nowhere to be seen. What a powerful emotional illusion. If I didn't happen to be proficient in the golden snake's sticky hand, wouldn't I, the astute Chun Hao, instantly understood the effects of Ruo Lan's emotional illusion and the consequences it would cause? Teacher, Ruo Lan, what are you doing? Chun Hao said with a conflicted expression. It's just an illusion. Why are you so nervous? Do you think I'll eat you? I didn't expect you to be so proficient in ancient martial arts. You're even proficient in the golden snake's sticky hand. Xian, why don't you spar with him? Ruo Lan blushed and changed the topic, pushing Ruo Xian to the front. After all, Ruo Lan was still a virgin. It was fine if she succeeded, but it was too embarrassing for her to be exposed before she even succeeded. Don't talk nonsense. She only wants to know if your original appearance is the same as the one she saw in your eyes, because she saw someone in Zhulu Academy who looked exactly like you. It's that simple. If I let you see, then show your true self. If you don't, then don't waste time. Just make your move. Ruo Xian straightened her proud chest and coldly stared at the fatty as she said straightforwardly. As she spoke, her entire aura began to vibrate. Unlike Rulin, she had actually sealed her realm to the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Chun Hao was slightly stunned. He immediately understood who Ruo Xian was talking about. Indeed, anyone who had seen the image drawn by Ruo Lan would be shocked when they saw Zhulu Academy's Chun Tianha. Are you him or is he you? When Ruo Xian saw Chen Hao's expression, she immediately looked straight at Chen Hao and asked forcefully, "I don't know." Chen Hao hesitated for a moment and shrugged. "What do you mean?" Ruo Lan returned to Chen Hao's side and asked, "The situation is a little complicated. You'll know after I fight with him. Brother, can't you be clearer?" Ruo Lan frowned slightly and asked with a trace of worry. Ruo Lan had an indescribable feeling when she first saw the fatty. Although they still hadn't interacted much, Ruo Lan dared to use that kind of emotional illusion on Chen Hao. It was enough to show how important Chen Hao was in her heart. Just like what she said to Ruo Xian, the 3 generations watch wasn't a joke. Otherwise, Ruo Lan would never use that kind of illusion on a man, even if it was all an illusion. It was also because of this kind of love at first sight that Ruo Lan was really worried about Chen Hao. What would it mean after the fight? Chen Tianhe was the top student of Zhulu Academy, the first academy, the #1 expert in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, and the direct disciple of the Star River King. He was very likely to be the #1 individual in this year's Daluo Golden Wonderland. Although Ruo Lan's sharp eyes could see that Chen Hao was much more honest than Chen Hao, strength was strength. And now, Chen Hao's answer was obviously not as simple as a doppelganger. I really can't say. I don't know how to say it." Chen Hao scratched his head, awkwardly. He couldn't stand Ruo Lan's gaze. "Chen, Tianhe is your life, and you are the main body, right?" Ruo Xian asked again. "Yes, the situation is complicated now. In other words, his independent consciousness has escaped the influence of the origin, right?" Yes." Chen Hao didn't expect the big-breasted Ruo Xian to speak so directly. He is now the direct disciple of the Star River King. The Star River King naturally saw that he was just one of the 9 lives and accepted him as his direct disciple. Naturally, the Star River King cut off your origin link. Otherwise, an ordinary, true, immortal king wouldn't be able to do it. Is that right? Yes. Chen Hao had to answer again. He looked at Ruo Xian with a little surprise. Didn't they say that big-breasted people had no brains? It didn't apply to Ruo Xian at all, so either you die or he dies. Only in this way can you unite the origin. When you die, he fuses with you. His thoughts take over, and you just become part of his consciousness. When he dies, you fuse with him and take back your origin. Right? It should be. In fact, there is no life and death between you two. After the fusion, you are still yourself. The only difference is which one of you has the dominant consciousness and has chosen a different path. You are just like different people. That's the case. However, his way of thinking is not what I want. Thus, I absolutely cannot do that. Chen Hao said, "That's natural. Independent thinking, different experiences, people, and things that are important to you may not be worth mentioning to him. What you cherish may be discarded like a pair of worn-out shoes, but these are the most important things." "Oh, what is the most important thing?" "Tao." "Tao. Yes. The highest realm of the 9 lives profound technique is completely independent and equal. Any life is equal. There is no such thing as the original body and the avatar. No one can control the other with their origin. Only a life and death battle can be carried out. The dead will be fused with the living. In the end, the one who can survive is the strongest. This is the choice of the strongest Tao, not the choice of emotions. The Tao is ruthless, and the goal is to become stronger." "Amazing," Chen Hao said in surprise. Xian, how do you know so much about the 9 lives profound technique? I have never heard you talk about it." Ruo Lan looked at Ruo Xian in surprise and asked. She was the one who knew Ruo Xian the best, but at this time, Ruo Xian's look and aura made her a little stunned. Chapter 14:01. I know a lot of things. What's there to say? Ruo Xian glanced at Ruo Lan and said. Then she turned to Chen Hao and said, How many lives do you have? I think it's not just Chen Riqian and Chen Tianhe, right? Yes, Chen Riqian is my 8th life and also my last life. Chen Tianhe is my 2nd life and the first life that I gave birth to. Other than you, Chen Riqian, and Chen Tianhe, where are the other lives? With your current strength, I'm afraid you're no match for Chen Tianhe. The best way is to integrate the other lives and increase your strength. As for the 9 lives profound technique, I don't think it's suitable for you to continue cultivating it. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. That's right. Xian Xian is right. This Chen Tianhe is very strong. My current aura is still inferior to his. Chen Hao frowned slightly. Previously, both of them thought that Chen Hao was inferior to Chen Tianhe. Chen Hao could understand this. After all, Chen Tianhe was the chief disciple of the top academy, Zhulu Academy. On the other hand, Zhulu Academy was only a first-rate academy. There was no comparison at all. However, now that Chen Hao had completely released his aura, Ruo Xian and Ruo Lan should be able to sense it. After all, they were top geniuses tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, they had entered the top 100 of the great world of Xiandi when they were in the Daluo Golden Wonderland and the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. They should have a good understanding of the top geniuses' strength. However, they still thought that Chen Hao was inferior to Chen Tianhe. His aura is obviously much stronger than yours. This is the truth. During the group test, when he led the disciples of Zhulu Academy out, although it was only for a moment and he restrained himself, he still gave off an unfathomable feeling. The power of faith in his body is terrifying, not to mention the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Even the top geniuses in the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm are not as strong as him. Moreover, I can see that he might have even greater hidden strength. I've always been good at reading people. Ruo Lan said. Lan is right. So powerful. Chen Hao's expression turned serious as he muttered. From the looks of it, he must have truly fused the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th animus. Huh. Ruo Lan was shocked. Ruo Xian also frowned slightly. Are you sure? Yes. It happened during the group competition. Furthermore, he did something and arranged for my students to be near Zhulu Academy, while Arhua Academy was on the other side. Up until now, only 7th Anima is still around. He escaped because he didn't participate in the group battle. As for 7th Anima, it just so happens that he's in the same situation as you, Sister Ruoxian. Back then, due to certain reasons, I originally wanted 7th Anima to completely replace me and do certain things. Therefore, I'm practically on the same level as him. My control over him is negligible, Chen Hao said. After a slight pause, he continued. However, based on my estimations, 7th Anima will probably still be in the same group as Chen Tianhe during the individual competition. Then wouldn't Chen Tianhe succeed and become even stronger? Ruo Lan asked. If that's the case, then he'll naturally become even stronger. Ruo Xian said. However, the individual competitions groups and opponents aren't controlled by humans. It should be fine. Right, I actually forgot about that when I was nervous. Ruo Xian speechlessly glared at Ruo Lan and continued, he's currently fused with 5 lives, while you're only at 2. If he can fuse with your 7th Anima, then the difference in strength between the 2 of you might be able to shrink. As the original body, if you can shake his seal on his origin aura during battle, then you have a chance of winning. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Which academy is your 7th Anima in? Tell me. Uh, this I'm not sure. I only know that he came to the great world of CND. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be participating in the ranking competition. You should at least know his name, right? This. I really don't know. His surname should be Chun, Chinhao said awkwardly. He'd obtained all the information about the seventh anima from Xian, and Xian had obtained it from the other girls. After the seventh anima left for the great world of CND in a fit of pique, there was no more information. Even when he was in the immortal realm, he refused to communicate with anyone. Therefore, he couldn't be sure of the situation after the seventh anima entered the great world of CND. What name he used, whether he disguised his aura, and so on, were all unknown. What Chun Hao didn't know was that although the seventh anima had refused to contact Chen Shui, Chun Nan, and even Yi Lan, in the end, he still contacted Nurse Lu Hui, who he was closest to. There was no helping it. Nurse Lu Hui was the one who understood the seventh anima the most. She'd been a part of Chen Qi's growth, cultivation, and so on. She could be said to be the most important person in Chen Qi's heart. Similarly, Chun Hao was also extremely important in Nurse Lu Hui's heart. Although he couldn't replace Chun Hao's original body, he contained a very deep affection and familial affection. After all, Lu Hui had single-handedly raised him. It was also because of this that Lu Hui had left alone after entering the great world of CND. She couldn't be at ease with the seventh anima. You don't know anything about your seventh anima? Ruo Xian was a bit speechless. After the seventh anima was born, I left. Furthermore, he entered the great world of CND on his own. I really didn't have any information about him. Anyway, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Whether it's the seventh anima or the second anima, since they've come this far, I'll give them a fair fight. Don't worry, just because his aura is strong doesn't mean he's strong. I have confidence, Chen Hao said. At this point, Chun Hao could naturally see that Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian were truly concerned about him. Therefore, he didn't hold back and directly expressed his strong confidence. His pitch-black eyes shone with an extremely resolute light as an invisible aura was quietly born. At this moment, Chun Hao's aura didn't increase in the slightest. However, Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian suddenly looked at Chun Hao with astonishment. Aura. Invincible aura. It was formless and didn't have any substantial pressure, but it directly shook one's soul. It felt completely different. This is your real aura. Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian looked at Chun Hao in surprise. Is there a difference? Chun Hao didn't feel much about it. In his opinion, he was just displaying his confidence. There's a big difference. Although the strength of your aura hasn't changed, it's like the difference between a treasured sword with and without a sword soul. You tell me, is the difference big? Ruo Xian said. Little brother, your surname is Chun. Your real appearance is Chun Tian's appearance, right? Yes. Then why did you disguise yourself like this? Don't you know that any disguise will more or less affect one's luck? I know, but I have no choice. Chapter 14:02. Although Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian asked for the reason, Chun Hao did not explain too much. Even though Chun Hao could feel that the two of them treated him well, he could not tell them about ancient chaos. Ruo Xian and Ruo Lan could only help Chun Hao by sparring with him. Therefore, after the three of them finished talking, Ruo Xian, who was already prepared, started to fight Chun Hao. She, who had sealed her own level, showed no mercy. Chun Hao could only fight with all his might against this girl from tens of thousands of years ago. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of violent explosions were heard as the two of them attacked each other fiercely. This made Chun Hao, who longed for a real, hearty battle, feel very good. Ruo Xian did not deliberately go easy on him, and she was not as gentle as Ruo Lan. This made Chun Hao feel as if he was in a life and death battle, and he was facing the test of life and death at every moment. Such a scene made Ruo Lan, who was watching the battle, tremble in fear. She was sweating for the crazy battle between the two of them. It had to be said that this was the real feeding of moves and a real battle. Only in this way could Chun Hao familiarize himself with his new strength and better comprehend the real mysteries of the various divine powers and laws. Only in this way could he grasp the best way to use the various ultimate techniques and the best timing to sharpen his battle skills in the ever-changing real battles. In the beginning, Chun Hao, who had just increased his absolute strength, was unable to fully unleash it. However, following Ruo Xian's incisive, berserk, and exquisite attacks, after several consecutive dangerous situations, Chun Hao threw away all distracting thoughts and completely immersed himself in the battle. The more Ruo Xian fought, the more surprised she was. Ruo Lan became more nervous and excited as she watched. No matter what, they did not expect that Chun Hao's combat skills, especially his attainments in ancient martial arts, were not inferior to Ruo Xian's. It was a simple and ordinary divine ability. However, after Chun Hao executed it with his ancient martial arts, the power it unleashed was far beyond their imagination. Moreover, as time passed, Chun Hao was always able to use the most appropriate energy attribute at the most appropriate time to execute the most appropriate divine ability. But this still wasn't the most shocking thing. What shocked the two of them the most was Chun Hao's astonishing recovery ability. It must be known that when Chun Hao finished devouring the world's spiritual energy, the entire space had stopped condensing the world's spiritual energy for Chun Hao to directly devour. But now, in such an intense battle, the consumption was undoubtedly enormous, but Chun Hao's essence, energy, true essence, and physical strength were becoming fiercer and fiercer as he fought, as if they were inexhaustible. It was as if they were not inferior to Ruo Xian. How could he compare with Ruo Xian? Although Ruo Xian had sealed her own realm and limited the power she could release, the amount of energy in her body did not change. It was completely understandable that she could maintain such a state in battle. But Chun Hao could do it too, and he was recovering himself in the middle of a battle. This was really unbelievable. Time passed by minute. Ruo Xian, who was completely acting as a sparring partner, had no choice but to raise the realm of her divine ability again and again. With her limited realm, she transformed it into infinite divine abilities and continuously attacked Chun Hao. Such a situation was inevitable for Chun Hao to encounter in the ranking competition. Many geniuses had already surpassed the limits of their own realms. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, when the battle had lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, even Ruo Xian felt that she could not continue. Chun Hao was still full of true essence, but his essence, energy, and spirit were exhausted. He could no longer condense a decent divine ability. The two of them lay on the ground, panting. This was a real battle that allowed Chun Hao to fight to his heart's content. It also allowed Ruo Xian and Ruo Lan to see Chun Hao's true strength. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. When Chun Hao had just recovered to his peak state, Ruo Lan, who had long been unable to hold herself back, attacked again. Unlike the first time, she had sealed her own realm like Ruo Xian and attacked without restraint. Ruo Xian, on the other hand, had recovered to her original realm to support the two of them in the battle of life and death. Under the space-time law, time passed quickly. Finally, the 3 days in the outside world were up. Buzz, 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 3 streaks of light flashed past. Chun Hao, Ruo Lan, and Ruo Xian finally escaped from between Cheng Wanxiang's eyebrows. At this moment, Dean Cheng Wanxiang, Pavilion Master Mo Shilin, and many teachers and disciples of the University of Dahua all looked at Chen Hao. Many of them gasped in shock. The fatty was still a fatty, but his aura was several times stronger. Even with the space-time law, it was impossible to have such a terrifying improvement in just 3 days. However, the absolute power displayed by the fatty's aura was several times stronger. What was even more terrifying was that the fatty's fierce and determined gaze made the cultivators of the Daluo Golden Wonderland feel an enormous pressure. It was like an unclimbable mountain that they could only look up to. Even Morong Qianhua and the other primordial chaos supremes felt a sense of reluctance to fight him from the bottom of their hearts. Momentum. General momentum of invincibility. Good. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just 3 days. Not only did your true origin advance to another level, but you've also honed the general momentum of invincibility. Ruo Xian and Ruo Lan are really good. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Cheng Wanxiang said, Dean, you're too modest. You're already the dean of a top school. You can't belittle yourself in the future. We didn't actually do anything. We just fought with him. Ruo Lan said, Already? There's no suspense. When the time comes, you might all be shocked. Ruo Xian said coldly. As she spoke, she glanced at the fatty. Her eyes were full of extraordinary splendor, blooming with unconcealable admiration. Good. If that's the case, I'm looking forward to it even more. The dean was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Chun Hao shrugged and went directly to see Xian, Ao Qian, and the others. Then, under Cheng Wanxiang's lead, they went to Deer Chaser Peak. It's about to start. Wake up, you two, Buzz. After the new Sword King, Chen Taishu, finished speaking, Miao Xian and Qin Yang's voices appeared in front of him. Master doesn't ask for much. Top 50. You just need to be in the top 50. Top 50? Master, are you kidding? Miao Xian said in surprise. With my junior sister and my strength, we have a chance of being in the top 3, right, Master? Qin Yang smiled and said confidently, if it's the level of the previous batch, or the level of the previous 100 batches, the two of you have a great chance of being first or second. But now that the Grand Mist era has arrived, this batch is much stronger. There are also too many unknowns. Just the aura of the applicants collected by the token alone has revealed many monstrous masters who don't belong to any school or faction. Chapter 1403. Master, could it be that we didn't even get a seed? Qin Yang frowned. That's not the case. It would be too exaggerated if the two of you weren't in the top 1,000. What about that fatty? Miao Xian couldn't help but ask. After asking, her face turned red. It was obvious that her subconscious mind had affected her. Of course he is here. Master said that he is not worse than the two of you. Moreover, he has a lot of room for improvement. Yes, Master is very satisfied with this Su. This year's individual ranking competition is destined to be the most exciting one. Don't be discouraged because of Master's words. The reason why Master said top 50 is because he doesn't want you to fight so hard for a ranking. That's meaningless. As long as you do your best, it is possible for you to enter the top 10 or even higher. After all, the token only counts one's aura and not one's combat power. Master, we understand. That's good. Let's go. Chi. Chun Tai Su brought the two of them into the air and stepped onto Zhulu Peak. Seed? Damn. Amazing. Brother Fatty is mighty. Awesome. Too awesome. Brother Fatty is actually a seed. By the time Cheng Wanxiang led the group to Deer Chaser Peak, Chun Hao's name, portrait, and information about his school and group were all displayed at the bottom of a huge pagoda stele at the entrance. Even though it was at the bottom of the pagoda, it was enough to shock the people from Daihua School, a seeded player. Moreover, he was the first seeded player in Group 954. Top 1000. Brother Fatty's combat power is estimated to be 954. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. Although it is not the real combat power, the evaluation of the judges is not too far off. If nothing goes wrong, Brother Fatty will definitely enter the top 1000. Definitely. This also means that our Daihua school has the necessary conditions to enter the top school. Not only the students, but even the teachers of Daihua school were surprised. The individual ranking competition was divided into 1,000 groups. Each group had 10 seeds. Among the 10 seeded players, the first-ranked player was a member of the top 1,000 according to the information. Chun Hao was the first seeded contestant in Group 954, which meant that he was ranked 954 according to the evaluation. The other 9 seeded players in the group were the top 10 experts that had been evaluated by the group. While everyone was pleasantly surprised, only Ruolan and Ruoxian shook their heads slightly. They didn't seem to care about everyone's surprise. This was indeed the case. After more than 8 years of fighting in the immortal artifact space, no one knew Chen Hao's strength better than the two of them. 1,000 strong. Compared to the Fatty's true battle prowess, this was nothing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so certain that Cheng Wanxiang was already the dean of a top academy, and they also wouldn't have said that everyone was shocked. This was just a combination of Chen Hao's performance in the team competition and the aura feedback from the token. Most importantly, the information was from 3 days ago. Today, after 3 days, just the increase in absolute strength alone was not something that the current ranking could compare to. Only around 900, Chen Hao was surprised, not by his own strength, but by the strength of this year's contestants. But it doesn't matter whether I'm a seeded contestant or not. I don't need to participate in the initial group elimination matches. It's meaningless. Fatty, look over there. Si Xian suddenly transmitted her voice. Xiao, Nen 923. Murong Qianhua is in the same group as Xiao Nan. What a coincidence. Chun Hao was surprised. He looked over and saw the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm's pagoda monument at a glance. Chun Nan's name was the first in Group 923, and the second-seeded contestant following closely behind Chun Nan was Murong Qianhua. Chi. Brother. Boss. Fatty? It was also at this moment that a group of figures suddenly arrived at lightning speed. Before they arrived, their excited voices entered Chun Hao's ears. Brother! Chun Nan, who was the fastest, threw herself into Chun Hao's arms like a child, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Good. Xiao Nan, you're stronger than your brother. Ha ha. Chun Hao hugged Chun Nan tightly, patted her back, and separated. He stared at the mature Chun Nan and said excitedly, Chun Nan's aura was very strong, which made Chun Hao feel gratified. At the same time, he became more eager to step into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. He was the big brother, the boss, and had the responsibility to protect his brothers and sisters. How could he fall behind in terms of cultivation level? Boss, Master, How, Fatty, Pan Long, and the other girls arrived one by one and looked at Chun Hao excitedly, but they all retained a trace of restraint. Under the surprised gazes of the people from the University of Dea, they did not act like Chun Nan, who had arrived first. Buzz. Chun Hao directly released a wave of energy, which instantly shielded all of them temporarily and connected their minds. The people from the University of Dea, who were already a little dumbfounded and staring in shock, suddenly fell silent. It was only at this moment that they came to their senses. Oh my God, Aren't they all the top geniuses from Parkway, Academy, Daluo Golden Wonderland, and Grand Miss Supremacy Realm? Why do they all know Fatty Bro? And did you hear that? They call Fatty Bro boss, master, bro, and the way those beautiful girls look at Fatty Bro. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Parkway Academy, in the team competition, especially in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, could be said to be in the limelight. Because of the huge number of beautiful girls, it attracted the attention of everyone. How could the people from the University of Dea not see it? But now, they were all excitedly appearing in front of Fatty Bro. Moreover, with one look, it was obvious that Fatty Bro was the core of all of them. Even Chun Nan, Itoda, Pan Long, Du Jing, and the others who were all geniuses from the Grand Miss Supremacy Realm were no exception. Xiao Nan, isn't that Chen Nan? He's the top seed in the same group as Brother Morong. Ah, that's right. His name, profile picture, and the academy he's from are all the same. Chun Nan seems to be Fatty Bro's underling. Someone in the crowd suddenly noticed Chun Nan, who was on the Grand Mist Supremacy Realms list, and disgust. This made everyone's gaze involuntarily turn to Morong Qianhua. Morong Qianhua, who was a little proud of being able to become a seed player, had his face darkened. Fatty Bro's underling was ranked in front of him. How could he show his face? This was really a blow to him. It's just aura. How can I be inferior to his underling? I can definitely make it to the top 1,000. I'm the captain of Starlight, the strongest team on planet Great Hua. My combat strength can't be measured by aura. Although the evaluation of the arbitration team doesn't differ much every year, there is always a person who differs greatly. And I, Morong Qianhua, am such a person. Morong Qianhua roared in his heart. Xian Yuanchen and Tang, who also had gloomy faces, and their faces were dark. Now, especially when they saw so many top geniuses and beautiful girls from Parkway Academy coming to find Fatty Bro, and Ruolan and Ruo Xian specially training Fatty Bro, they had to admit that Fatty Bro, who was one level lower than them, had suppressed them in all aspects. Chapter 1404. Dean Chung Wanxiang's ears perked up, and his mind had even silently fused into the barrier around Chun Hao. However, to his surprise, a dignified, true, immortal king like him was actually unable to capture the information that Chun Hao and the others were communicating with each other. Mo Shilin, Ruo Xian, Ruo Lan, and the other experts were similarly shocked. They also couldn't hold back their curiosity and wanted to eavesdrop on Chun Hao and the others' conversation. However, like the dean, they couldn't obtain anything. This made everyone feel that the fatty's concealment ability was incredible, and they also looked forward to Chun Hao's performance in the following individual ranking competition. After a few minutes, Chun Hao finally removed the seal. He smiled and excitedly introduced Chun Nan, Chen Shui, and the others to Chen Wanxiang. At the same time, Chun Hao also introduced Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Shui Fian, and the others to the others. Wan Yishui handed them over to Si Xian, who quietly explained to the girls. Just as everyone was about to temporarily bid farewell to Chun Hao and return to Parkway Academy's team, the space rippled, and 3 figures directly appeared in front of everyone like ghosts. Sword King. At this moment, countless people instantly cried out in surprise. "Greetings, Senior Chun." Even Chung Wanxiang and the others hurriedly bowed after a short moment of surprise. "Greetings, Senior Chun." The young disciples all bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Chun Taishu smiled and nodded slightly at Chun Hao. His gaze swept over Chun Nan, Chen Shui, Chen Yan, Hu Mei Nyang, Bailey Ningbing, and the others, and he kept nodding. His gaze was filled with the feeling of a senior examining a junior. Chen Nan was fine, but Chen Shui and the others were a little embarrassed by his gaze. They all lowered their heads, and they were even more surprised. This was one of the existences that all cultivators in the great world of CND had to look up to. Why was he so concerned about them? At the same time, the girls also noticed another pair of eyes with faint hostility and examination. It was the eyes of a peerless beauty with an extremely powerful aura. Naturally, it was Miao Xian. In addition, everyone realized that Qin Yang, who was smiling but standing proudly like a sword, had many similarities with Chen Nan's aura. Qin Yang was indeed looking at Chen Nan with a smile, and there was a sense of mutual appreciation. Not bad, not bad. Haha, little fatty, you're really lucky. Yep, absolute power had indeed increased. Very good. However, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of monstrous geniuses emerging this time. The top 10 will be under a lot of pressure, especially when it comes to Sword Dao. Ahem. Chun Hao coughed awkwardly and couldn't help but glance at Miao Xian. Humph. Miao Xian coldly snorted and turned her face to the side. Originally, it was nothing much. However, Miao Xian's actions were so obvious. Moreover, it was the action of a young girl flirting. This made the instincts of women who were afraid immediately feel that something was amiss. However, the old man thinks highly of you. Work hard. Chi, Sword King Chun Taishu acted as if he was just passing by. After he finished speaking, he left with Miao Xian and Qin Yang. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure that the Sword King imperceptibly brought to everyone was too great. But before they could finish their breaths, Chi, an aura that wasn't inferior to the Sword King's suddenly appeared, surrounded by many graceful figures. King Ying, Junior Chung, Wanxiang pays his respects to King Ying. Greetings to King Ying. Shocked voices rang out. No one dared to look directly at her. King Ying, only Chun Hao and Si Xian were slightly excited as they looked at this woman who had a graceful bearing and didn't seem to have many traces of age on her body. Chun Nan and the rest didn't feel this way, because Yilan didn't tell them about King Ying. No need for formalities. Principal Chung, congratulations on your De Hua Academy's promotion to the top academy. Moreover, your ranking won't be too low. You flatter me. King Ying, the individual competition hasn't ended yet. It's hard to predict. This little fatty didn't even have a hard time entering the top 100. What's so hard to predict? Unfortunately, he's a guy. Principal Chung, I'm here to ask for a disciple. Is that possible? King Ying, you're too polite. If you like, our De Hua Academy will let you choose. As long as they agree, this junior will be more than happy. Chung Wanxiang said excitedly. Who wouldn't want their disciple to enter the Jade Girl Palace? And Chung Wanxiang knew who King Ying was here for. Chun Si, are you willing to join our Jade Girl Palace? If you join, I can take. This disciple is willing. Chun Si didn't wait for King Ying to tempt her and said directly. King Ying was slightly surprised. After all, Chun Si practiced the 9 lives profound technique. Even the Star River King wanted her, but Chun Si agreed so easily. Good, come with me now. In the individual competition, I'll let you get a good result for De Hua Academy. Go. Chun Hao suddenly grabbed Si Xian's hand and held it tightly. Immediately, he stared at Si Xian and said, others didn't see anything strange, but King Ying's delicate body inexplicably trembled. Her eyes looked at Chun Hao in surprise and looked at his hand holding Si Xian's hand. Buzz. King Ying disappeared on the spot and appeared beside Si Xian. He grabbed Si Xian's hand that was held by Chun Hao and said, Good, Little fatty, are you her Tao companion? You've paid a lot for me to take her away. When the individual ranking competition is over, I'll compensate you. At that time, I'll look for you. No one saw or felt that when King Ing held Xixian's hand, he had isolated all aura and blocked Xixian's hand. To be precise, he blocked the thing in Xixian's hand, and the thing Chun Hao gave him. Qi, qi, qi. After saying that, King Ing left with Xixian. No one knew how excited King Ing was in the depths of her heart. This was something she didn't expect at all. Although Xixian's body contained a trace of her bloodline aura, which made her think of a possibility, she didn't expect it to come so directly and so quickly. The purple crystal jade pendant, the jade pendant with her name engraved on it, which symbolized her and Yilan's love token, had appeared. How could she not be excited? However, there were too many people watching now. She could only pretend that she didn't know and leave. The reason why she promised to give the little fatty benefits was definitely not because she said it out loud, but because the jade pendant was in the little fatty's hand. This was enough to prove that the little fatty was also one of Yilan's people. How could she not care? King Ing, this is King Ing. He actually rewarded you? Ha, little fatty, looks like your luck is really awesome. King Ing said that you'd have no problem entering the top 100. And the Sword King favors you even more. He said that you'd be pressured to enter the top 10 in the way of the sword. Ha! Wanxiang was thoroughly excited. His luck is really extraordinary. However, if he's worthy, if Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian looked at each other and conversed, they knew very well that if Chen Hao's true identity was exposed, the luck he would receive would be much more than this. Qinqi Lu Hui. After Chun Nan and the other girls had left, Chen Hao was finally able to take a closer look at the names of the seated contestants. Very quickly, he found 2 names among the seated contestants who weren't first in their groups. Their avatars were undoubtedly the same as their academy names. This clearly told Chen Hao that they were his 7th life, and the little nurse Lu Hui. Similarly, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and Hu Meinyang were also among the seated contestants. However, they weren't first in their groups. Chapter 14:05. In the Immortal Realm, the groups of the Daluo Golden Wonderland and the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm, as well as the seated contestants of each group, were displayed on the huge display screen in the square. Chun Wuliang and the other 2 were surprised and excited when they saw that Chun Nan had been evaluated as one of the top 1,000 in the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. This was a better result than Chun Hao. After all, he was 1 level higher. That was why they were surprised. In their minds, Chun Hao's monstrous talent was not something that Chun Nan could compare with. It was not surprising that Chun Nan was the first to step into the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. After all, many monstrous talents deliberately stayed in the Daluo Golden Wonderland for a long time. However, Chun Nan's combat strength had been evaluated as one of the top 1,000, which surprised the 3 of them. Could it be that their son had awakened some powerful talent? In their opinion, this was the only possibility. At the same time, it made them look forward to the upcoming ranking matches even more. They knew that the evaluation of combat strength relied more on one's aura, which did not completely represent one's true combat strength. Qi, 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 what a terrifying aura. Chun Hao and the others finally stepped into the huge training field of Deerchaser Peak. Unlike the team competition, the training field was now completely connected and had become an independent, peculiar 5-fold grotto heaven. The moment they stepped in, everyone was shocked by the terrifying battle intent that filled the void. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivators of the Daluo Golden Wonderland could not help but arouse their battle intent. This was just an invisible release of a cultivator. However, due to the large number of cultivators, It formed a terrifying battle intent that made all the cultivators' battle intent soar. This is the outermost layer of the five-fold grotto heaven, which is the first layer. It's the spectator layer. The second layer is the preliminary round of the elimination round. 1,000 groups are evenly distributed on the second layer. The top 100,000 people from each group will step into the third layer to continue the competition. At this time, the first layer of the spectator layer will merge with the second layer, and the spectators can approach as they wish. Up to the fifth level, which is the core arena, the top 100 will be ranked. Those who can enter the third layer will be in the top 100,000. Those who can enter the fourth layer will be in the top 1,000. And those who can enter the fifth layer will be in the top 100. Old Man hopes that all of you can reach the fifth level. Unfortunately, that's impossible. For our University of Dahua, it's already a huge success if even one person can reach the fourth level. All right, contestants of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, let's move on. All disciples of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm and the rest of us will stay here and watch the battle for now. Of course, if you want to cultivate, you can also step into your Pavilion Master's mind space. However, Old Man doesn't recommend you to do so. In the competition of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, especially the experts, they are not necessarily inferior to those of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. Watching them fight will be very helpful to your cultivation. This is a rare opportunity. Well, little fatty, you Daluo Golden Celestials can go to the second level. After you arrive, your tokens will receive the grouping information and automatically send you to the competition area where you are. Most of you should know this, so you have to be mentally prepared. Although the preliminary elimination round was divided into 1,000 groups, the number of contestants was simply too large. Although many people knew that there was no hope for them to advance, and that it was very likely that they would die in the competition, there were still countless cultivators participating in the great world of CND, confidence, luck, and experience. Even if it was just to feel the aura of the largest competition in the vast 1,000 worlds, it was worth it. With such a large number of contestants, it was destined that it would be impossible to fight one-on-one in the preliminary elimination round. Even with the existence of the law of space and time, it was not something that could be completed in a year or so. Therefore, the preliminary round was a free-for-all battle within the area. When one felt that it was too difficult to endure, one could give up. The token would directly activate the protection function and send one out, ending one's journey in the competition. However, even so, many cultivators were unable to react in time and would die under the terrifying moves. This was the cruelty of free-for-all battles. However, during the battle, if two people had already started fighting, the third party could attack, but not just one person. If they wanted to attack, they had to attack both parties at the same time. One person could challenge many people, but many people could not take the initiative to attack one person at the same time, unless the other party took the initiative to challenge many people. This was also to prevent people from forming cliques in the free-for-all battles and lose the fairness of the competition. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Go. Pist. Pist, pist, pist. Let's go. Chun Hao, Wan Yishui, Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, Su Tao Yin Susu, and the others from the Carnage Battle Team turned into a stream of light and took the lead to enter the second level. Buzz. When they came into contact with the barrier of the second level, their tokens automatically emitted rays of golden light. After verifying their identities, they directly entered the second level. Brother Fatty, see you on the third level. Okay. Enveloped by the golden light, the aura of spatial distortion began to spread. The tokens were about to send them to their respective areas. At this moment, Ao Qian and Ling Feng said confidently, although Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, and Wan Yishui were not seeded contestants like Chun Hao. They were seeded contestants in the top 10 of their groups. In terms of combat strength, they were within the top 100,000, especially Wan Yishui, who was ranked second in Group 103. This was also very strong. Buzz. Pist, pist, pist. Immediately, the golden light flashed, and the disciples of the University of Dehua disappeared. Buzz. Soon after, Chun Hao appeared in the area where Team 954 was located amidst a series of space-time distortions. At the same time, a golden number, 1, appeared between his eyebrows. The first seeded contestant, Li Yuan from the University of Dehua, is here. Top 1,000. The first seeded contestant in our group. However, I think it will be difficult for him to enter the top 1,000. Why? It's very simple. Our headmaster said that there were many experts who didn't belong to any academy or major faction in the individual competition. They didn't have any information about them before, so their strength was only assessed based on the aura in their tokens. Li Yuan's comprehension of the barrier in the group competition was the highest this year, and it was twice as high as the previous records, so there was no doubt that this was a bonus point. This means that his aura will not be very strong. You can feel it, and that is the truth. Then his combat strength may not be very strong. After all, aura and comprehension cannot completely represent one's combat strength. That makes sense. His aura is indeed not very strong. He is only slightly stronger than us. As soon as Chun Hao stood still, all eyes were fixed on the dazzling number, 1 between his eyebrows. This was the symbol of the first seeded contestant in the group. Chun Hao also heard the probing aura and discussions. This made Chun Hao frown slightly. However, he immediately felt relieved. As the first seeded contestant, the others had nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 1406. The reason was simple. In the competition, the seeded contestants were not participating in the competition. Instead, they were marked to tell everyone what the seeded contestant was in their group, so that people would think twice before making a move. This was because the seeded contestants could not take the initiative to attack others. Unless someone deliberately provoked them, they would not even have a chance to fight. Among the seeded contestants, the lower-ranked contestants could challenge the higher-ranked contestants. For example, the number 10 seeded contestant could challenge the number 1 Chun Hao. This meant that Chun Hao, who was the number 1 seeded contestant in the group, would not take the initiative to attack anyone. In such a situation, what was there to be afraid of? What a troublesome rule! Chun Hao shrugged and glanced at the cultivators around him with a smile. He did not seem to care. However, he was used to keeping a low profile. Before entering the second floor, he had restrained his aura to the state he had been in 3 days ago. Because of this, these cultivators felt that Chun Hao's aura was not very strong. At this time, a few disciples from the University of Cathay appeared beside Chun Hao. There were a total of 1,000 groups. There were tens of thousands of disciples from the University of Cathay who had signed up for the individual ranking competition. It was normal for them to be assigned to Chun Hao's group. When Chun Hao scanned the surroundings, most of the cultivators who had gathered in groups of 3 to 5 avoided his gaze. After all, even if Chun Hao couldn't enter the top 1,000 in the end, he was still not someone they could compete with. Discussions were discussions, but there was no need to provoke him, nor did they dare to. However, a young man who was surrounded by several male and female cultivators looked directly at Chun Hao. He snorted and said with disdain and provocation, "Do you really think you are the number 1? There was a big 2 between the young man's eyebrows. He was the number 2 seeded contestant in the group. 2? Xiao Manyan? When Chun Hao saw the number 2, he was stunned. He seemed to be quite surprised, but he tried hard to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. He said the name of the other person. Chun Hao had already seen this name on the pagoda stele at the entrance of Zhulu Peak. Xiao Manyun, a disciple of the Celestial River King's Xiao clan, was ranked behind him. When he saw this name, Chun Hao concluded that he should be a direct descendant of the Xiao clan like Xiao Mantian. As for whether he was Xiao Mantian's brother or cousin, it was not something that Chun Hao could guess. That's right, Xiao Manyun said proudly. You and Xiao Mantian are brothers, right? Chun Hao asked with a smile. However, what Chun Hao did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Manyun's face turned red. His eyes were about to spit fire, and his veins were popping out. Asterisk crash. Asterisk many of the surrounding cultivators also exclaimed in shock as they looked at the fatty. It was as if Chun Hao had revealed some earth-shattering secret that shocked everyone. All right, let's see who's more qualified to be number one later. Don't worry if I, Xiao Manyun, don't challenge you. Humph. Cough, cough. I say, brother, Xiao Mantian and I are as close as blood brothers. Can you give me some face? It doesn't matter if you are number one or not. It's just an empty title. To you and me, it's an extremely simple matter. I hope that we can get along well, and just watch the show. Xiao Mantian and I are brothers, good brothers, even closer than blood brothers. What do you think? Shut up. If you have the guts, fight to the death with me later. I will kill you. No one dares to mention him in front of me. No one. Xiao Manyun almost roared. Did I say something wrong? Chun Hao seemed to be surprised. In actual fact, when he mentioned Xiao Mantian, from Xiao Manyun's attitude and the reactions of the surrounding people, he could feel that Xiao Mantian had a deep grudge, but he pretended not to know. Of course, Chun Hao really didn't know what grudge Xiao Mantian had. Brother Fatty, be careful. Xiao Mantian is very strong. You shouldn't have angered him. Don't tell me you don't know that Xiao Mantian and Xiao Mantian are rivals. At this moment, a student from the University of Dehua, who was in Chun Hao's group, suddenly transmitted his voice to Chun Hao. Oh, what grudge? I really didn't know. Chun Hao said. Xiao Mantian's Dao companion Feng, Hanwei, originally belonged to Xiao Mantian, but Xiao Mantian stole her away. The hatred of stealing his wife. That could be said to be the most humiliating thing for Xiao Mantian, but that was 10,000 years ago. Back then, the two of them had a public duel in the divine realm. No wonder, but it doesn't matter. I have nothing to do anyway. Chun Hao smiled and transmitted his voice to Xiao Mantian. Then he looked towards Xiao Mantian and cupped his fists awkwardly. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that Xiao Mantian stole your Dao companion. As the saying goes, one shouldn't steal a friend's wife, much less a brother's wife. He actually bullied, rode, and took her for himself. That's too much. I'm not looking for trouble, but if I were you, I would definitely fight him to the death. That's such a big cuckold. It's too much. How can I say that to my friend? Sorry. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Pooh. F***CK. This Li Yuan is really ruthless. This Li Yuan doesn't seem to be afraid of Xiao Mantian. This is going to be interesting. That's right. And no matter who is more powerful, they will have to give up a spot. The last 10 seeded contestants will have a battle royale. That's even better. Our chances of qualifying will be higher. Haha. In the vast space, Xiao Mantian's battle intent and killing intent rose crazily, and he couldn't wait to kill Chun Hao immediately. But at this moment, before the competition started, no one was allowed to make a move. Otherwise, they would be kicked out and lose the right to participate in the competition. Group 954. Let's go to Fatty's group, and take a look. What's there to look at? Fatty is the first seated contestant in the group. I'm afraid no one will dare to provoke him. They won't even have a chance to make a move. Not necessarily. The second seated contestant is Xiao Mantian, a direct descendant of the Xiao family, the Xing River King. So what? It's just a battle royale. Although the disciples of the Xiao family are arrogant, they won't go as far as to provoke Fatty, right? That's true. The preliminary round is indeed boring, so let's just look around casually. There are many beauties and exciting places. That's where we will go. Let's go, let's split up, and remember to inform us of the interesting places. Okay, swoosh, 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 swoosh. After Chun, Hao, and the others stepped into the second level, the cultivators of the University of Dahua were teleported to the first level of the observation space with their tokens. They only needed to activate their tokens and enter the number of the group, and they would be teleported to the area near the barrier of the corresponding group. Chapter 1407. Cheng Wanxiang, Ruo Lan, Ruo Xian, and Mo Shilin of the True Martial Pavilion all chose Chun Hao's group. At their level, there was no point in watching such a competition. Of course, they chose Chun Hao, who they cared about the most. Chi, Chi, Chi. Here. Chun Nan, Pan Long, and the other brothers and sisters who had already entered the Grand Mist Supremacy realm naturally rushed to Chun Hao's group. They wanted to know how strong Chun Hao, who was only Chun Hao in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, was. That was the goal that all of them were chasing. The idol in their hearts, their boss. They believed that Chun Hao was not as simple as he appeared to be. This was the conclusion that they had come to after experiencing countless proofs. Their boss could never be measured by appearances. Phew, I really hope that boss will always be this chubby and cute. That way, I'll look much more handsome. Hee hee. Lan Feng chuckled as he locked onto Chun Hao's figure through the barrier. It's useless. It's just a facade. Didn't you see boss like this? Didn't he take care of teacher Si Xian and that one Yishui? Moreover, I think boss should have taken care of all the female disciples of the Sword King Chen Taishu. What should have? Definitely. It shouldn't be wrong. She looked at me with an undetectable hostility. Maybe she thinks I'm Big Brother's cultivation partner. Chunling said, Okay. Chi Chi. At this moment, Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian suddenly appeared beside Chun Nan and the others. Ruo Lan even greeted them with a smile. Hello, teachers. Chun Nan and the others had met Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian before. When Chun Hao introduced Dean Cheng Wanxiang, he also introduced the two of them. Moreover, everyone could feel that these two beautiful young teachers treated Chun Hao very well. Li Yuan, oh, no, Chun something, perhaps you really want to join our Dahua Academy. Are you interested? You're now disciples of Parkway Academy, and our Dahua Academy can't compare to you. However, after this ranking competition, Dahua Academy will also be a top academy. Our conditions will be greatly improved. The only thing we lack compared to Parkway Academy is our foundation. Teacher Ruolan, you don't need to say anything more. After the competition, we'll be free. We will all follow my brother. Chun Nan's expression was as tranquil as water as she said calmly. Du's state of mind was not at all affected by the two teachers' powerful auras. Oh, that's great. Great. Cheng Wanxiang suddenly appeared. He suddenly appeared, suddenly, and the others of Lan, and the others. Yes, Dean Cheng. Chun Nan didn't seem to be surprised by Cheng Wanxiang's sudden appearance at all. All right. Therefore, when he saw Cheng Wanxiang appear, he immediately spoke up. Don't worry. Even if you don't say anything, old man won't mistreat you. Chi. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of them in a flash, causing Chun Nan and the others to be slightly puzzled. After all, in such a vast space, if they did not know each other, they would have to keep a certain distance. However, these cultivators from the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm had appeared directly in front of them. Hey, shut up, you pervert, I'll say it. Another voice interrupted a sissy. Excuse me, are you the Dean of Dahua Academy, Senior Chung Wanxiang? That's right, you are? Chung Wanxiang looked at the 10 people in front of him, slightly puzzled, and asked. The sissy who spoke first exuded a majestic vitality that was shockingly pure, and his aura was extremely strong. The young man who interrupted him and the other 8 people also had a strong aura. If they were in Dahua Academy, they would definitely be among the top. Were Li Yuan's friends? Yin Xian? Zhou Qinglong? It's you. Ha! Itoda suddenly patted his head and shouted, Do you still remember me? Hey, you. Aren't you little whites? Itoda? Ha, pervert. I didn't expect you to remember me. Long time no see. Why? Are you also here to watch Boss's competition? Itoda had met Zhou Qinglong and the others in the Hongmeng domain of the chaotic boundless world. However, at this moment, Zhou Qinglong, Yin Xian, and the others had disguised their appearances and auras, so Itoda did not recognize them directly. Yes, we're not just here to watch Brother Chen's competition. After the competition, we'll follow him, Yin Xian said. You are also going to join Dahua Academy. Are you also little fatty's friends? Chung Wanxiang's old face showed a trace of excitement again. Yes, Dean Chung were all the top 100 disciples in the top Red Cloud Academy. We're also Li Yuan's brothers. Yin Xian said, in the team competition, when Chen Hao's 5th life, the Tree of Life, left the team on its own accord after receiving the order of Chen Hao's origin, the 5th life told them about his true situation and the situation they were about to face. Chun Shuxing did not return until the end of the 5th life, which made Zhou Qinglong and the others aware that Chen Shuxing would not appear again. They followed Chen Shuxing's information and went to look for the little fatty Li Yuan from the University of Taoism, who was also Chen Hao, the one who had been in contact with them in the vast 1,000 worlds. Well, you're very welcome. Ha. Chung Wanxiang stroked his long beard and laughed. This situation made Chung Wanxiang look forward to little fatty's ability even more. He was very clear that a genius who could conquer so many geniuses who were now one realm higher than him must have extremely powerful ability that was enough to convince these people wholeheartedly. Otherwise, he would not be able to do this. There was another point. To judge whether a man was strong or not, one only needed to look at his women to know. How many Taoist companions did little fatty have? Moreover, each of his Taoist companions was an outstanding talent. Come on, let me introduce you. From now on, we'll be good brothers. Ito Kenta introduced everyone enthusiastically. The time has come. The individual ranking competition will officially begin. The rules of the competition are as follows. A magnificent voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The host repeated the rules of the competition and the precautions that had to be taken in every competition. At this time, a huge screen in the square in the immortal realm began to switch the areas of the 1,000 groups. The screen was locked on the first seated player of each group, and there was a voice introduction. Chapter 1408. In the first group, the first seated contestant is Chen Tianhe, the top student of Zhulu Academy, the direct disciple of the Star River King. He is ranked first in the evaluation. He is one of the most promising contestants to win the championship. In the second group, the first seated contestant is Xiao Jiuqian, the direct disciple of the Star River King's Shao family. He is ranked second in the evaluation and is also the most promising contestant to win the championship. Every introduction caused cheers in the immortal world. Although these were not the final results, the overall difference between the evaluation results and the final ranking was very small. Therefore, those who were first introduced at this time were undoubtedly the top monsters in the great world of Xiandi. In the 16th group, the first-seeded contestant is Miao Xian, a disciple of Zhulu Academy, the body of the Sword Emperor, the direct disciple of the new generation Sword King, Qin Taishu. She is expected to compete for the top 10 or even higher. Voila, Miao Xian's image and her introduction caused a huge sensation. The power of a beautiful genius was indeed much stronger than the average person. Only the first 100 contestants were introduced, which were the top-seeded contestants of the first 100 groups. What really surprised the people of the great world of Xiandi was that half of the 100 contestants were young cultivators who had just been born. Their evaluation was only based on the most basic aura of the token. Therefore, when introducing these people, they all used a sentence, "The evaluation may have a big deviation." Many of them even used the soul of all creation. This made everyone clearly feel that the evaluation of this year's ranking might have a big deviation compared to the previous years. The great era had arrived, the Emperor Star Group had appeared, and the soul of all creation had been born one after another. Let the competition begin. Chi. Boom, boom, boom. Kill. Die. As soon as the host gave the command, the area where the 1,000 groups were located directly erupted. No one dared to hesitate, and no one had the mentality of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. This was because every time a cultivator eliminated an opponent, the token would automatically release energy to replenish the cultivator's essence, energy, and true essence to the peak state. Therefore, there was no point in running away. It was wiser to choose a suitable opponent first. Of course, if someone wanted to use the rules to cheat, for example, if 2 people colluded and didn't make a move, they would just fight to buy time and let the others be eliminated. In the end, they would become one of the top 100 members. This was also impossible. The token would make a judgment based on one's combat strength. If the 2 of them continuously fell below the basic standard, the 2 of them would be disqualified. Die. Chi. Boom, boom, boom. In Chun Hao's group area, Xiao Mannion did not hesitate at all. The moment the match began, he raised his strength to its peak state and violently rushed towards Chun Hao. No way. F***CK. This is intense. Xiao Mannion actually dared to provoke Hua Li Yuan directly. The direct descendants of the Xiao clan are really crazy. Isn't it just a group ranking? It won't affect them at all, but they still have to fight to qualify. You can't say that. Don't you understand that experts are lonely? People who like to fight can't stay idle. Moreover, if he can defeat the first-seeded contestant, he might be the seeded contestant of the new group in the next round. That's true. However, I feel that it's really unnecessary. If he has the strength, he can unleash it when he needs to. It won't affect anything at all. Why bother? What if Hua Li Yuan is stronger than him? After all, the one evaluating him is Li Yuanxiang. The cultivators in group 954 started to discuss among themselves. Cheng Wanxiang and the rest frowned and looked at Xiao Mannion unhappily. This was simply a lunatic. Was he crazy? Group competition. What was there to provoke? However, this was the rule, and no one could stop it. Quick, Group 954, second-seeded Xiao Mannion, is provoking first-seeded Hua Li Yuan. So intense. I'll be there soon. It can't be, right? All right, I'll be there soon. Hua Li Yuan, the one with the highest comprehension ability. We must watch. The situation in Group 954 was directly transmitted through the cultivators. Chi chi chi. In an instant, rays of golden light flashed, and countless cultivators gathered in the spectator area where Group 954 was at. The Shao clan's Shao Mannion was the same as Shao Mantion. They were both well-known figures in the great thousand immortal world of the immortal emperors. On the other hand, Li Yuan of the Dahua Academy was the biggest dark horse in this year's tournament. He ranked first in terms of individual comprehension in the team competition. It could be said that he single-handedly led the Dahua Academy into the top 100. He could definitely be called the one with the highest comprehension ability. This kind of battle was naturally very attractive. After a while, the countless city squares in the celestial world started to broadcast the battle between Shao Mannion and Fatty Li Yuan. This is luck, right? No matter where I go, whether it's intentional or not, I will become the center of attention. Shao Mannion from the Shao family is destined to be the stepping stone to increase my brother's fame. Chen Nan thought to himself. There was not a hint of worry in his eyes. Even if Shao Mannion's attack was extremely terrifying, and Chen Hao seemed to be stunned as he looked at Shao Mannion. He was intimidated by Shao Mannion's aura, but it did not affect his judgment. That was because he was very clear that his brother had never been frightened by danger. That was just his brother's way of confusing the enemy, even though Chen Nan felt that his brother did not need to do that at all. "Brother Shao, is there a need?" Fatty suddenly said. At the same time, he quickly retreated and avoided Shao Mannion's violent attack. "I really did not know that you have such a huge grudge with Brother Mantion. As the saying goes, don't hit someone's face when you hit someone, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold someone. If I knew that he had snatched your cultivation partner, why would I mention him?" Shut up, I'm going to kill you." Boom. Chi chi chi. Shao Mannion was almost driven mad by Fatty. At this time, Fatty still put on an innocent look and exposed the biggest scar in his heart in front of everyone. Furthermore, he knew that if the second person challenged the first person, he would probably become the target of the entire immortal world. In other words, Chen Hao's words were equivalent to telling everyone in the great world of CND that his cultivation partner had been snatched away by someone else. "Don't, Brother Shao. I have a lot of respect for the Star River King. Ever since I stepped into the cultivation world, he has become my idol. I don't want to make a move on his bloodline. Don't force me, okay? You have to believe that I really did not know that you and Shao Mantion—" "Shut up. All right, I just want to tell you that I have only been in the great world of CND for a very short time. There are many things that I don't know. I only met Brother Shao Mantion when we invited him to participate in the Emperor's Star Secret Realm. Sai, do you really want to fight with me? If there's you, then there's me. If there's me, then there's you. If you have the guts, then fight to the death with me." Chapter 14:09. Do you really have to do this? The fatty's face became a little dignified and conflicted. In the eyes of others, the fatty naturally did not want to go against the powerful Shao clan disciple, and at the same time, he must be a little afraid of Shao Mannion. Otherwise, he would definitely not be like this. Shao Mannion also thought so, and did not put Chen Hao in his eyes. However, the fatty's dodging speed was beyond his imagination, and his pressure was obviously unable to imprison Chen Hao. This made him dare not let his guard down. "Don't be long-winded anymore. Soon you will see the real killing move of my Shao clan." Shao Mannion said coldly as he approached and attacked step by step. As expected of a Shao clan disciple, he is obviously enraged, but he can still be so rational. Cheng Wanqiang frowned, but he was not very worried. because at this moment, Chun Hao's aura was not at its strongest state at all. Yes, although he is angry, he is still cautious. He said this to intimidate the little fatty, so that he will be timid in the battle and be prepared to deal with his big move at all times. The corner of Ruoxian's mouth raised slightly with a touch of disdain, and she said lightly, "Unfortunately, he used the wrong person." "Ha, Ruoxian, it seems that the two of you are satisfied with the effect of his special training. You will be surprised, Dean." Rulin smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Well, in that case, I will send you out. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Chun Hao's deliberate posture was enough, and even the Star River King could not say anything. It was completely Xiao Mannion who had pushed him too far, and this was undoubtedly what Chun Hao wanted. He, who was weak, had to be wary of the Star River King's Xiao clan. After all, this was just the beginning. In the end, in this year's ranking competition, he would have to fight to the death with Chen Tianhe, who was the direct disciple of the Star River King. Qi. With Chun Hao's words, Chun Hao, who had been dodging and retreating, finally stopped retreating and drew his sword. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you can't stop fighting?" An incomparably sharp sword intent bloomed from the fatty's fat body. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, the fatty's figure was ignored. They felt that he was an incomparably sharp sword. Man, sword, and heaven as one. So strong. What a terrifying Sword Dao realm. He has completely surpassed the limits of his own realm. Moreover, there is no need for him to adjust at all. He has directly entered the state of mind where he is one with the sword. He is simply too strong. I never thought that Da Huali Yuan was a pure sword puppet. That's right, that's right. A pure sword puppet is undoubtedly the strongest amongst those of the same realm. At this moment, the countless cultivators who had gathered here, as well as all the cultivators who were watching the battle in the celestial realm, were stunned by Fatty's aura. No one would have thought that the fatty, who everyone thought was afraid of Xiao Mannion, wasn't really afraid, but just didn't want to make a big fuss. No one knew that the aura they felt at this moment was no different from Xiao Mannion's. In fact, Xiao Mannion did not even feel that Chun Hao's sword essence was terrifying. Xiao Mannion was so angry that his face turned purple like a pig's liver. Chun Hao's confident manner of going easy on him made him furious, and he couldn't stand it. Chun Hao was just the first seated participant, and he actually dared to look down on him. Xiao Mannion? Devour the void. Die. Boom. With a furious roar, Xiao Mannion circulated his power to the extreme and struck out with his palm. In an instant, with him as the starting point, the void suddenly seemed to collapse, like a pitch-black laser beam. It broke through the air from his fist and formed a black hole. Wherever it passed, the space distorted and collapsed. A destructive will that contained an ancient aura swept through the heavens and earth. Devour the void. Only the direct disciples of the Xiao clan had the qualifications and ability to cultivate it. However, they might not be able to cultivate it successfully. When the fist was released, it didn't have the domineering aura of devouring the heavens and earth. However, it could lock onto its target and would not stop until the target was devoured. Of course, it would be a different story if it was destroyed by an even stronger force. However, Xiao Mannion didn't think that the fatty's aura could do that. This was the strongest technique that he had painstakingly mastered before this year's ranking competition. Originally, he had planned to reveal it in the later stages of the competition. But now he, who felt that he was being looked down upon, could not hold it in any longer and exploded. Devour the void. Amazing! Xiao Mannion actually cultivated the Xiao clan's Devour the Void. Not good, countless people exclaimed. The teachers of the Dahua Academy, including Cheng, Wanxiang, all changed their expressions. Li Yuan of the Dahua Academy is finished. No one can avoid the Devour the Void, even if they are of the same level or even slightly stronger. This is the ultimate technique that the Star River King comprehended from his bloodline origin. Good, good. It's best that Li Yuan is finished. Ha ha ha. The people of the Tanglong Academy gloated. However, just as the black, hole-like light beam was about to land on the fatty's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly attacked with his sword. Qi, the incomparably sharp sword light, contained a terrifying sword aura and went straight for the black light beam. Explode! At the moment when the sword light and the black hole collided, Chen Hao's clear and loud shout was heard. Rumble, buffed. Xiao Mannion felt as if his chest had been struck by lightning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely shocked. No matter what, he did not expect Chen Hao to be able to break his most powerful skill so easily with just one move. At this moment, his heart was beating violently. He was terrified and flustered. Qi, 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 amidst the terrifying energy explosion. A few sharp sword lights suddenly pierced through the black energy and shot towards Xiao Mannion like arrows. At this moment, Xiao Mannion felt that his soul was being imprisoned by a terrifying sword aura. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Pressure, sword aura pressure. Whoosh. It was also at this moment that a bright golden light suddenly poured down from Xiao Mannion's forehead, protecting him. Boom. Boom. No. Impossible. Impossible. Ah. Xiao Mannion looked at the golden light that enveloped him, and his face instantly turned pale. He roared crazily. Unfortunately, his body was completely protected by the golden light, and there was no way for him to escape. I've said it before. Xiao Mantion is my friend. Devour the Void. When we sparred, I suffered a lot. Unfortunately, you're slightly weaker than Mantion. Plop. Xiao Mannion sat on the ground dejectedly. Then, as the golden light became brighter and brighter, he disappeared from the competition area. A trace of coldness flashed past Chen Hao's lips unnoticeably. If it wasn't for everyone watching, if it wasn't for Chen Hao, the killing god, how could Chen Hao be so merciful to a fool? If Chen Hao really wanted to kill Xiao Mannion, he wouldn't have allowed the protection of the token to be activated in time. However, Chen Hao couldn't do that. Chen Hao knew when to be patient and when to be fearless, so he only forced Xiao Mannion out of the elimination round, defeating the enemy with one strike. Chapter 14:10. At this moment, the onlookers at the scene, the spectators in the viewing area, and the onlookers in the celestial realm all widened their eyes and mouths in shock. Silence! At this moment, it was surprisingly quiet. No one had expected Chen Hao to be so powerful. Just a moment ago, most of them thought that Chen Hao would be killed by Xiao Mannion's Void Devour. But the next moment, Chen Hao only used one sword move to break the powerful unique skill created by the Star River King. Not only that, but the remaining power of the sword even pushed Xiao Mannion to the brink of death. He activated the protection function of the token and lost the qualification to continue the competition and was eliminated. Everyone knew that if the fatty wanted to, he could definitely kill Xiao Mannion with one sword move. They were not on the same level at all. Crash, so powerful. He's too powerful. Dahlia Yuan's aura is not very strong, but his combat power is so terrifying. He even has an invincible sword move in the realm of swordsmanship. It's really incredible. No wonder he's the one with the best comprehension ability. He's really powerful. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Countless exclamations were heard, and their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the figure who had sheathed his sword. If Dahlia Yuan's name was remembered by countless cultivators because he was the one with the best comprehension ability in the team competition, then Dahlia Yuan's terrifying swordsmanship strength had really made the fatty famous in the world, because at this moment, it could be said that all the cultivators in the great world of CND had their eyes on him. Good, good. What a little fatty. Cheng Wanxiang's face was red with excitement, and he pulled his beard hard. Brother, I knew that you're the strongest. Chen Nan murmured, clenching his fists tightly. Etoda, Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, Lan Feng, Chunling, Pandong Lu, and all of Chen Hao's brothers and sisters were also inexplicably excited. The figure they saw was the fatty, but in their eyes, it was as if they saw the god of killing, Chen Hao, rise again and again. Just one sword strike was enough to make their blood boil. Unknowingly, they had already fallen in love with this feeling. This also made them look forward to the scene of Chen Hao competing with the real monstrous geniuses of the great world of CND. Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. No one knew that the big shot sitting on the podium, the new generation's sword king Chen Taishu, had suddenly cupped his fists and spoke to the celestial river king beside him. Brother Chen, why do you say that? Hee, I won't hide it from Brother Xiao. This little fatty can be considered as my disciple. Oh, Celestial River King frowned slightly and looked at Chen Taishu. It's like this. As you can see, my disciple Miao Xian is already together with him. Previously, I specially went to the University of Fine Arts to observe this little fatty. Fortunately, I was quite satisfied. He is qualified to be my Tushuhe disciple. I didn't expect that this fellow actually eliminated Brother Zhao's Jr. You're talking about this? He only has himself to blame. Brother Chen, you don't have to care about it. I said that the Xiao clan's disciples will not be treated differently in the past. Not now, not in the future. As long as it is a competition within the rules, regardless of life or death, everyone will be treated equally. But, Brother Chen, do you really like this little fatty? Yes. In that case, I have to say the ugly words first. Huh? Brother Xiao, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to this little fatty, right? Celestial River King, Brother Chen, no matter who takes a fancy to this little fatty, I will make it clear in advance. This little fatty is my disciple Chen Xi's Dao companion. Before you take him away, you have to give me a year's time. This is the compensation I promised him. To tell you the truth, if this little fatty is a woman, I will snatch him from you. To Chen Taishu and Celestial River King's surprise, King Ying interjected. However, King Ying's words made Chen Taishu very happy. This undoubtedly increased Chen Hao's bargaining chip. Ha! Celestial River King smiled slightly, looked at the two, and said, You two probably didn't see that he also has the 9 lives profound technique, right? Huh. Chen Taishu and King Ying were surprised at the same time. Chen Taishu was naturally pretending, but King Ying was really surprised. He really did not see that Chen Hao had the 9 lives profound technique. So, he is the one who got your inheritance, and he taught Chen Si? King Ying said, No, he still did not get my inheritance, but he comprehended it himself. It is different from mine, but it is much stronger than Chen Si's. This little fatty's comprehension is really strong. In Brother Chen, what I want to say is his life is already my disciple. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, they will meet in this ranking competition. As for who will fuse with who, it will depend on who is stronger. Before this, I have already severed the link between his life and his origin. The strong will be the one in charge. This is also the highest level of the 9 lives profound technique. Chen Taishu and King Ying were both shocked by the Celestial River King's words. If my disciple wins, he will still be my disciple, and you can't take him away. If the little fatty wins, it will depend on his own will, although the chances are very small. I see Brother Xiao is talking about Qin Tianhe, right? This is something I did not expect. In that case, it will depend on him. However, I don't think it is a real life and death battle between them. After all, after the fusion, it is just a matter of whose mind is dominant. Chen Taishu said. The original worry completely disappeared. Even he did not expect the Celestial River King to be so straightforward. Of course, he also knew that the Celestial River King did not think that his disciple Qin Tianhe would be defeated. You can think of it that way. However, independent thinking meant 2 lives. This is also the biggest flaw of the 9 lives profound technique. Otherwise, the 9 lives profound technique would be perfect. Celestial River King said, Brother Li is amazing. What a strong invincible sword momentum. I didn't expect Brother Li to be a sword genius. In my opinion, this evaluation ranking obviously underestimated Brother Li's powerful battle strength. Yes, it is absolutely underestimated. Not to mention the top 1,000, even the top 100. I feel that Brother Li can easily win. Several cultivators with the number of seated contestants flashing between their eyebrows said to Chen Hao. No one dared to challenge. They had seen Chen Hao's terrifying sword. At this moment, they were not flattering, but admiring from the bottom of their hearts. In their view, the strength shown by Li Yuan's sword definitely had the hope of reaching the top 100 or even higher. Moreover, this evaluation was based on the situation of this competition. If it was in the previous competitions, it was not impossible to reach the top 10. Chapter 1411. You flatter me. It's a pity. Sigh. I didn't expect that my unintentional words would hit him where it hurts. Otherwise, he would have no problem passing the round. Brother Li, you don't have to worry about it. Everyone can see that you really didn't know about it, and you tried your best to salvage the situation. Don't worry. The disciples of the Xiao family of the Galaxy King also abide by the rules of the competition. Moreover, the Xiao family has never favored their disciples. Otherwise, if the Xiao family really said so, how could the disciples of the Xiao family be a match for them? Then there would be no need to talk about training. That's right. Brother Li, you must have been in the immortal emperor realm for too short a time. In fact, for all the disciples of the big families and forces, as long as they are within the rules and under fair conditions, even if they are killed, the forces behind them will not do anything. This is also for the long-term growth of their young disciples. Is that so? Then I worry too much. Chen Hao said with a slight smile. Chi, 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 boom, boom, boom. Every area of the group was in a terrifying battle. As time passed, the vast and boundless space continued to collapse and shrink. Some cultivators who wanted to rely on their speed and body movement techniques to drift away from the battle had less and less space to move. The cultivators also became denser and denser. If they wanted to continue to stay inside, they had to fight. Only by constantly eliminating opponents could the cultivators maintain their strongest state and survive the next challenge. This was a chaotic, yet orderly and cruel battle. It was not only a test of one's combat power, but also one's foresight in choosing opponents. However, the further one went, the more important one's combat power was, and the less use one's foresight could play. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chen Hao. As the first seeded contestant in the group, who had eliminated the second seeded contestant, Xiao Manyun, with one sword move, who would dare to provoke him? It was no different from courting death. Die. You can't even withstand a single blow. All of you come at me together. Boom, boom. At this time, countless onlookers once again began to watch the exciting battles. The battle of the immortal realm space lock also moved away from Chun, Hao, and shifted to more exciting battles. Almost every group had some powerhouses who were not seeded players, but who could fight against 100 alone. Moreover, as time passed, the space for each group competition became smaller and smaller. When the number of people decreased, almost every group had powerful cultivators who brazenly began to attack the seeded contestants with the number mark between their eyebrows. This had happened in previous years as well, but out of 1,000 groups, it would be considered good if 10 groups appeared. After all, there were only 10 seeded players, and only 100 could qualify. There was no need to take the risk. But now, it was the other way around. Out of 1,000 groups, it was already considered good if there were 10 teams that didn't provoke the seeded players. Such a situation proved one thing: there were too many nameless players in this year's tournament. When the number of nameless players decreased, they must have felt that the seeded players were not necessarily stronger than the others. That was why they did this. The truth was indeed so. Arrogance naturally had the right to be arrogant. After the preliminary round ended, many seeded contestants who were ranked at the bottom were eliminated. On average, there were as many as 3 contestants in each group. There are too many nameless players who have appeared. This year's individual competition will undoubtedly be very, very exciting. Those who can enter the top 100 most likely have the ability to compete for the top 3 in previous years. Indeed, it's beyond expectations by too much. More than 3,000 seeded contestants have been eliminated. It's really unbelievable. I think the experts who suddenly appeared are not only newcomers who have just appeared, but they have also concealed their aura. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge discrepancy in the rankings. It's really exciting. I wonder who will be the champion of this year's individual competition. We can only watch. It's impossible to estimate now. Who knows how many more experts have hidden their strength? However, we can see some clues in the following matches. After the preliminary round ended, after seeing the statistical results, the entire cultivation world was abuzz with discussion. They felt that it was unbelievable. Even though they had long known that this year's tournament would be very strong, they didn't expect it to be to this extent. Some unknown people began to show their talents one after another, and they began to show their outstanding talents. This made this year's individual ranking competition unpredictable. Congratulations to all of you for advancing to the top 100,000. Next, you will be divided into 10 groups, with 10,000 people in each group. The top 100 will still be determined, and there will also be 10 seeded contestants in each group. Now, please immediately enter the 3rd level. The token will be activated automatically, and the competition will begin immediately. After waiting for a short while, the host's voice sounded. Chi, chi, chi. The top 100,000 contestants instantly turned into streaks of flowing light and quickly headed toward the 3rd level's barrier. Buzz. The moment Chun Hao stepped into the 3rd level, the token was activated automatically and directly transported him to the 10th group. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, a bright golden light shone between Chun Hao's eyebrows again, and a number appeared. 8. F*CK, it's actually 8. Chun Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to become a seeded contestant again. After all, until now, he hadn't revealed his aura of absolute power that had advanced. He had only revealed his strongest sword principal realm. It should be because I defeated Xiao Manyun with one sword that my evaluation result is slightly higher. Chun Hao shrugged and thought to himself, wasn't that Chun Hao underestimated himself, but the restriction of absolute power meant that he shouldn't have been a seeded contestant. Being a seeded contestant meant that his evaluation result was in the top 100. What did it mean to be in the top 100 of the Daluo Golden Wonderland in the great world of Xiandi? It was definitely rarer than a phoenix's feather. No, I didn't reveal it during the competition, but the token was always with me. The first evaluation was based on my aura before the special training, but this time it should be based on my strongest aura after the special training. I was just saying, if this is the case, damn it, I barely made it into the top 100. Chun Hao suddenly felt discontented and felt that it was too big. Was there any hope for him to enter the top 10 with his sword principle? Chun Hao didn't think that other people's evaluations were a portrayal of his true strength. Monstrous geniuses, at their level, were definitely monstrous geniuses with unparalleled luck. No matter where they went, they would be outstanding. Who didn't have some powerful trump cards? Amazing! The 8th seeded contestant in the 10th group. Good. This is indeed a surprise for me. Dean, this is just within our expectations. It's nothing. Ruolin, Ruoxian, this isn't your so-called surprise? It's the top 100. Although it's just an evaluation of the top 100, it means that there's a high chance of entering the top 100. Just watch, Ruolin said mysteriously. Chapter 14:12. No one knew better than Ruolan and Ruoxian how amazing Chun Hao's performance had been under the space-time law for 8 years. Even Ruoxian, who had always looked down on Ruolan for liking Chun Hao, could not help but admire Ruolan's unique insight. Of course, even Ruolan did not expect Chun Hao to be so abnormal. She favored Chun Hao, but it was not only because of Chun Hao's terrifying talent. It was more because of Chun Hao's eyes that could touch her soul, his dark, deep eyes, or rather, the feeling of 3 lifetimes of expectation and waiting for 3 lifetimes. It was an ethereal but real feeling. Buzz. Just as Chun Hao was feeling overwhelmed, the space shook, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared within his range of senses. It was a powerful but familiar aura. It's her? Chun Hao turned his head slightly and saw a familiar figure. It was a graceful and beautiful figure that seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. It's him? When the owner of the figure saw Chun Hao, she was clearly very surprised. Her beautiful eyes were as sharp as swords, and she did not avoid him at all. Her thin, willowy eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Number 2. Number 8? She's actually only number 2. She's the Sword King's disciple and has the body of a sword emperor. The bonus points should be very high. When I saw him previously, his absolute power had clearly skyrocketed. His aura shouldn't be wrong. He shouldn't be ranked so low. Perhaps it's because of his identity. Chun Hao and Miao Xian looked straight at each other. Neither of them evaded nor showed any fear. The way they looked at each other was as if they were looking at an enemy. Unfortunately, in the eyes of others, there was no real enmity. It was a bit like a saying that only enemies would meet. I wonder who's number 1 in the group. Both of them thought at the same time. It can't be Chun Tianhe. If that's the case, he'll be finished if he loses, let alone make it to the top 10 with his sword Dao. It can't be him. However, I hope it's him. The sooner I meet him, the sooner I'll deal with him. Suddenly, Chun Hao and Miao Xian's voices appeared in each other's minds at the same time, causing both of them to be stunned. Humph. Please control your state of mind. Miao Xuan said. What words? You looked into my eyes, and even took the initiative to meet mine. Why don't you control your state of mind? Chun Hao retorted. If you don't keep an eye on me, why would I keep an eye on a fat, ugly freak like you? F***CK, don't you know what kind of person I am? Vulgar. A damn fatty is a damn fatty. The two of them glared angrily at each other, arguing in their minds, neither giving way to the other. The effect of the subconscious mind allowed the two's minds to naturally blend together. This was out of their expectations, but it wasn't strange. Firstly, the strength of their subconsciousness was extremely strong. Secondly, under the perverse space-time laws of the Emperor Star's secret realm, they had been cultivating together for a very long time. If they had been wholeheartedly focused back then, they wouldn't have needed to look at each other and be influenced by their subconsciousness. They would have already become one. This was the reason why Tao companions with similar cultivation realms and strengths were so terrifying. This was true telepathy, a perfect and flawless combination. When Tao companions fought side by side, they could unleash a power greater than 1+1, just like Xiao Mantian and Feng Hanwei. Qi. After Miao Xuan finished speaking, she forcefully cut off the connection between their minds. However, she still stared at Chun Hao without retreating. Buzz. At this moment, the space shook. A cold and familiar aura surprised Chun Hao slightly. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on his face as he turned his head to look. Miao Xuan frowned slightly. She had seen that faint cold aura before when she and her master met Chun Hao before the start of the preliminary round. In her opinion, it was one of the women who stood out in terms of appearance, temperament, and aura among Chun Hao's many women. It was also a graceful figure, exuding an aura as cold as the moon. Xiao Wu. Qi. Chun Hao's figure flashed and arrived beside Helian Wuzi. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly grasped Helian Wuzi's small hand. How? Helian Wuzi raised her head and stared into Chun Hao's eyes. Her expression was also slightly excited as she said, "I didn't expect to be in the same group as you. There are only 10 groups in total. The chances of you being in the same group as me are still very high." Chun Hao said as he pinched Helian Wuzi's face intimately. When facing one woman, it was always more comfortable than facing all the women together. Helian Wuzi was the first woman to follow him from the secular world. She even gave up the original body of the endless cycle of reincarnation because of him and chose to be the woman of this life. In Chun Hao's heart, her position was not inferior to any other woman. She was even comparable to Chun Shui, let alone the others. However, Chun Hao could only think about the question of which was more important. He definitely could not show it on the surface. At this moment, facing Helian Wuzi alone, Chun Hao was much more relaxed. It couldn't be helped. When all the girls were here, Chun Hao's every move could cause jealousy. He couldn't attend to one thing and lose sight of another. When facing her alone, it did not exist. However, at this time, there were more and more cultivators around. Chun Hao was also embarrassed to be too intimate. After all, maybe the celestial realm was broadcasting them live at this moment. That's true. Are you only number 8? The great world of Xiandi is really very strong. Helian Wuzi said, as she looked at the number between Chun Hao's eyebrows. It's just an evaluation. Brother strength is not something that can be reflected by a number. Chun Hao smiled slightly and said rather arrogantly, in front of his women, this guy had always been narcissistic, confident, and shameless. Miao Xian looked at the fatty who was being intimate with Helian Wuzi and snorted coldly in her heart. She immediately shifted her gaze to the side. Out of sight, out of mind. She was in a bad mood, but even she herself did not understand what was so bad about it. It was just a damn fatty. How could she be jealous of him? But why was she in a bad mood? In her opinion, perhaps it was because the fatty completely ignored Helian Wuzi when he saw her. Buzz. Group 10. he became the first seeded contestant. Just like that, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the space of the 10th group. The moment this aura appeared, a golden light bloomed between the eyebrows, and a number that shocked the surrounding cultivators appeared. 1. This was a woman. What was even more shocking was that this female cultivator seemed to be talking to herself. It seemed that even she herself did not expect to become the first seeded contestant. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed that she had become the first seeded contestant of the 10th group without revealing her true combat strength. The first seeded contestant of the 10th group was the top 10 experts who had been evaluated. Xiao Manxia. It's actually Xiao Manxia, the second expert of the Xiao family's Daluo Golden Wonderland, Xiao Mantian's biological sister. Waves of exclamations came from the crowd. A few cultivators who were in the same group as Chun Hao on the previous level could not help but look at Chun Hao. Enemies were bound to meet. Fortunately, the first seeded contestant, Xiao Manxia, could not take the initiative to provoke the fatty, who was ranked 8th. Otherwise, how could Xiao Manxia not make a move? Chapter 14:13. Of course, the premise was that Xiao Manxia knew that Chun Hao had trampled on her brother. However, this was obviously impossible. After all, they were not in the same group previously. Moreover, she had been in the competition, and Xiao Mannion had no way of contacting her. However, this did not mean that she would not know. After all, no matter where you went, there would always be some gossipy people. Among the 100 people who had qualified in the same group as Chun Hao, there were still close to 10 who had been assigned to the 10th group like Chun Hao. If they were to snitch, Xiao Manxia would naturally find out. What a coincidence. Xiao Manxia looked around, and her eyes suddenly lit up. A powerful aura suddenly bloomed. So powerful. What a terrifying aura. Chi. The people closest to Xiao Manxia all felt their hair stand on end as they activated their minds and protective auras to resist the terrifying aura that Xiao Manxia released. At the same time, they also looked in the direction of Xiao Manxia's gaze. Who else could it be other than Chun Hao, who had the number 8 shining between his eyebrows? Xiao Manxia did not do anything, but her figure suddenly shook and disappeared. When she reappeared in front of everyone, she was already in front of Chun Hao. Teleportation technique. Chun Hao was slightly surprised. One could tell whether a person was an expert the moment they made a move. Not to mention how terrifying Xiao Manxia's aura was. Just the level of the great teleportation technique that she casually used was not inferior to Chun Hao's. Someone betrayed me so quickly. From the discussions around him, he had already heard her name and knew that she was a direct descendant of the Xiao clan. Moreover, she was Xiao Manyun's sister. Therefore, when he saw her beside him, Chun Hao immediately looked at the cultivators who had advanced in the same group as him unhappily. Miao Xian, Li Yuan, what a coincidence. We are actually in the same group. This makes me the first seeded contestant, a little unworthy of my name. To Chun Hao and Miao Xian's surprise, Xiao Manxia suddenly revealed a smile and said, however, although her words were modest, that resplendent crystal light and condescending gaze was completely different. Chun Hao was puzzled. Since the other party wasn't here to denounce him, why did he act like he was very familiar with him and even greeted him by name? Miao Xian frowned slightly as a sharp sword intent blossomed from her body. She said indifferently, just a possibility? Maybe. In just an instant, the aura of Miao Xian, who had been staring at Chun Hao, had completely changed. She was just like the Miao Xian that Chun Hao had met for the first time in the Emperor's Star's secret realm. Her indifferent voice was filled with aloofness and arrogance. She was like an empress of a generation, and no one dared to question her. Hee. Unfortunately, the powerful Xiao Manxia was not affected at all. She chuckled and said, I would like to fight with you right now. Unfortunately, I am number one. However, even if you challenge me, that would be unfair to you. I don't dare to not give face to the new Sword King. Otherwise, the old ancestor would scold me to death. As for who will be the number one female grand, heavenly, immortal emperor of this generation, let's talk about it after you enter the top 10. Little fatty, is it okay for me to call you that? Xiao Manxia's tone was also indifferent, but her words were sharp. She even hinted that Miao Xian would only be qualified to compete with her if she entered the top 10. After she finished speaking, she turned to Chun Hao and said without giving Miao Xian a chance, You know me? Chun Hao frowned and asked, although Xiao Manxia looked at him with a smile and a little curiosity. Chun Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust. It was a sense of disgust that came from his subconscious. Xiao Manxia didn't expect the fatty to not give her any face. She was slightly stunned, and the smile on her face turned cold. She said, I didn't know you before, but don't I know you now? Moreover, I know that you are very strong. Number 8, it shouldn't reflect your true strength at all. You have hidden a lot, right? Even if you are not as good as Chun Tianhe, the difference shouldn't be too big, right? But it doesn't matter. I have nothing to say to you. It's almost a waste of time. Don't you think so? Xiao Manxia's eyes flickered as she stared at Chun Hao. Obviously, she was one of the people who knew about the relationship between Chun Hao and Chun Tianhe. Indeed, she was the second strongest person in the Xiao clan's Daluo Golden Wonderland. Her strength was terrifying, almost on par with the number 1 Xiao Jiutian. Xiao Jiutian was one of the strongest contenders for the championship, and his combat strength was only second to Chun Tianhe. She also had the strength to enter the top 3. Therefore, before the competition began, Starry River Monarch had purposely told her and Xiao Jiutian about Chun Tianhe. He told them that if they encountered Fatty Li Yuan or 7th Anima Chun Chi during the competition, they could only defeat them and not kill them. He wanted them to be left for his favorite disciple, Chun Tianhe. Otherwise, Chun Tianhe would suffer a great loss. You know, quite a lot. Chun Hao was slightly surprised, but at the same time, his eyes became cold. He didn't expect Chun Tianhe and the Star River King to have reached the point where they didn't hold back. Of course, my relationship with Tianhe is very good. Whether you're willing or not, it's useless. You're really pitiful. I can only sympathize with you. Is that so? Then you just wait and see. Chun Hao said coldly. He resisted the urge to challenge Xiao Manxia. Why did he hide his aura? It was nothing more than to prepare for the final battle. Chun Tianhe was very strong, especially after integrating with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Animus. As for Chun Hao, he had just integrated with the 8th Anima, Chun Ritian, coupled with Chun Tianhe's growing faith power. Chun Hao couldn't be sure what the final result would be. Therefore, he chose to keep a low profile at this time to avoid exposing too much and allowing the opponent to be more prepared. Wipe my eyes for what? Xiao Manxia, who was speaking complacently, suddenly had a change in expression. Instantly, his aura became several times colder, and the gaze he used to look at Chun Hao became extremely cold. You actually eliminated my little brother? Is that strange? With my strength, it's easy to kill him. Sparing his life is already good enough. Chun Hao was too lazy to pretend, and said proudly, You good. Do you dare to challenge me? You're mine. Just then, Miao Xian, who had been silently watching the two, suddenly said, Top 10? I'm afraid I won't be able to meet you even if I enter the top 10. Why don't we do it here? He's mine. Hiss. Suddenly, without any warning or even a trace of energy fluctuation, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a green robe and had a tall and slender figure. His face was like jade, and the corners of his mouth naturally hooked up in a charming arc, giving people an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Not only the surrounding cultivators, but even Xiao Manxia and Miao Xian were surprised. Little Seven, Helly and Woozy cried out in surprise. Chapter 14:14. Chun Hao's seventh anima had unexpectedly met Chun Hao here. Chen Qi stared straight at Chun Hao. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. The battle intent around him soared crazily. His black hair danced wildly, his clothes fluttered, and his incomparably fierce battle intent soared into the sky. The fish that escaped the net. Chen Qi? I can't let Li Yuan fuse with him. If that happens, it will undoubtedly increase the pressure on Chen Tianhe. Although he is very strong, it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, Li Yuan is the main body. I can't underestimate him. Almost instantly, Xiao Manxia confirmed Chun Qi's identity and thought of a possibility. This was not what the Star River King wanted to see, and it was not what she wanted to see either. Chen Tianhe, at first sight, she was attracted by his handsome and arrogant temperament, powerful strength, and talent. Wasn't he the ideal Dao companion she had always dreamed of? She, with her outstanding talent, was the strongest female genius of the Xiao family in the great world of Xiandi. She was on par with Xiao Jiutian. In the great world of Xiandi, it was not easy to find a young genius that could catch her eye. This was something that could not be helped. She could only blame her talent for being too strong. Her voice was rare, and her song was too high. How could she find a Dao companion that was compatible with her? She had countless followers, but none of them caught her eye. But the appearance of the handsome and powerful Chen Tianhe had undoubtedly caught her eye. Moreover, the Star River King was also very supportive, so she had nothing to hesitate about. Thinking of this, Xiao Manxia suddenly snorted and said, Miao Xian, don't get involved. Li Yuan, if you are a man, challenge me. Of course, if you don't have the guts and admit that you are not as good as me, I can let you fight him first. At most, your strength will increase by a little. Xiao Manxia said, after careful consideration. She had to admit that this was a rather helpless situation for her. As the top-seeded contestant in the group, she could not take the initiative to provoke and could only passively fight. Therefore, she could only use words to provoke Chun Hao. If the other party did not listen to her, then she had no other way. She did not dare to do anything that went against the rules. Even if he was a direct descendant of the Xiao family, she did not dare to do so. Otherwise, she would face the fate of elimination. He's mine. You stupid woman, get lost. If you have the guts, why don't you take the initiative to attack me? No balls? What do you mean by gutless? I have a lot of seeds. If you need them, I can give you billions of seeds. Chun Hao didn't even look at Xiao Manxia, but his arrogant and unruly ridiculed her, and his gaze was fixed on Chun Hao's main body. Cough, cough. After seeing Chen Qi appear, Chun Hao, who had been slightly excited and pleasantly surprised, couldn't help rubbing his chin and coughing twice when he heard Chen Qi's lawless and unscrupulous words. Damn, this is really awesome. Xiao Manxia was, after all, a direct descendant of the Celestial River King. Moreover, she was undoubtedly the most favored junior of the Celestial River King. However, Chen Qi didn't care about her at all. He even dared to tease her about sending her billions of seeds. Regardless of whether others dared or not, Chun Hao himself did not dare to do so. After all, He still had to pull out a tooth from the tiger's mouth. There was no need to make the celestial River King unhappy at this time. Deity, don't say that you didn't give me a chance to fight. If that's the case, I will never submit to you. You have to believe that my obsession can definitely interfere with you. At the same time, Chun Hao, who was staring at Chun Hao, said to Chun Hao through voice transmission. Chun Chi was different from Chun Hao. He had no one to help him seal the origin link with Chun Hao's main body. If Chun Hao wanted to use the origin to control him, he would be like Chun Ri-Tian, unable to resist. Because of this, Chun Chi had to remind him. He wanted to fight with Lu Hui, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and the others to know that he, Chen Chi, was not inferior to deity. This was what he wanted to prove the most. And it was also his obsession. Buzz. The second round has begun. At this moment, the space suddenly shook violently, and the host's magnificent voice rang out. Chi, sword light, suddenly bloomed, and the incomparably fierce sword intent directly enveloped Xiao Manxia. Damn fatty, you. Deity, are you a fucking idiot? It's obvious that he's provoking you. It's fine that you've become a fatty, but your head has also become a pig's head. How? Miao Xian, Chun Chi, and Helian Wuzi exclaimed at the same time. It was just that the words they said were not the same. Miao Xian was angry. She did not expect Fatty to be so ignorant. She had decided to help him, but Fatty did not appreciate it, and instantly took the initiative to provoke Xiao Manxia faster than her. Was he not courting death? Xiao Manxia's evaluation score was higher than hers, and naturally she had her strong points. Even she could not guarantee that she would win. However, Fatty actually fell for his provocation. Qin Chi even scolded directly. Deity's actions were too stupid. In his opinion, Fatty was an idiot with an empty head, full of water. Only Helian Wuzi was surprised. She did not blame Chun Hao for being reckless. In her opinion, since Chun Hao did this, he naturally had his reasons. You don't have to care about me. I'll decide my own matters. Chun Hao said to Miao Xian through telepathy, not at all grateful. At the same time, he roared at Qin Chi. You're the idiot, pighead. I'll do whatever I want. How can a woman provoke a man's dignity? F asterisk CK. F asterisk CK your sister. F asterisk CK your sister. Just you wait after I deal with her. I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight. I'm afraid you'll be F asterisk king dealt with. F asterisk CK. Bullsh asterisk T. So smelly, tisk your sister. Boom, boom, boom. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rumble, the competition had clearly already begun, yet the 10,000 plus cultivators in the 10th group area where Chun Hao was at were dumbstruck. All of them had forgotten that the competition had begun, and they formed a circle as they watched the 8th ranked expert, Li Yuan, brazenly challenge the #1 golden immortal realm genius of the Shao clan, Xiao Manxia. As they listened to Fatty and Chun Chi's vulgar curses, they simply didn't dare believe this was real. Strong. The only feeling they had was that they were strong. Li Yuan and Xiao Manxia were strong, but as for who was stronger, no one could tell in a short time. But one thing was for sure. The strength that Li Yuan erupted with made the few seated contestants in front of him blush with shame. 8th, there was probably no problem for him to be ranked 3rd. As for who was stronger between Fatty, Miao Xian, and Xiao Manxia, it was not something that everyone could determine. Only after a real battle would the result be known. His combat skill is actually so powerful. Xiao Manxia was extremely surprised. Fatty fell for her provocation so easily, which made her very excited. Her goal was very simple, not to kill Chun Hao, nor to win against Chun Hao. She only wanted to rely on her own strength to trap Chun Hao. She was the top-seeded contestant. So even if she did not go all out in the battle, it was not against the rules. She only had one goal, to make Chen Hao unable to fuse with Chen Qi. That would be considered as helping her Dao companion, Chen Tianha. Chapter 14-15. However, when the battle started, Xiao Manxia was shocked to find that the fatty, who was not very strong in terms of absolute strength, was able to use battle techniques to an unimaginable level. His combination of divine ability laws and ancient martial arts had reached the point of perfection. She was unable to control the situation for a while. No wonder Chen Tianha was so cautious. He didn't hesitate to use his connections to fuse a few lives in the group battle. Otherwise, he might really be in danger. However, this is also good. It doesn't matter if we are evenly matched until the end. Xiao Manxia thought to herself. Her absolute advantage in terms of strength made her very confident. She believed that she would have no problem keeping Chen Hao busy. But Xiao Manxia suddenly realized that the surrounding cultivators had no intention of starting the competition. They were just looking at her and Fatty. One had to know that there was no time limit. If everyone did not start the competition, the cultivators would not be eliminated. If they were not eliminated until there were only 100 people left, their group's competition would not end. How could this be? What are you looking at? The battle has started. Are you idiots? If anyone keeps looking, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Manxia immediately scolded. Voila, the crowd dispersed. Only then did they realize that the battle had started. Boom, 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 chi, chi, chi. The battle finally broke out. How can this be? How can this be? It's over, it's over. Outside the barrier, in Group 10's spectator area, Cheng Wanxiang's face was conflicted. His previously high-spirited expression was now extremely gloomy. He was filled with worry and disappointment as he watched the battle in Group 10. Xiao Manxia. At this moment, even Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian, who were very confident in Chen Hao, frowned as they stared at Xiao Manxia in the battle. Xiao family. Xiao Manxia, the most dazzling genius of the Xiao family in the past 10,000 years. Her name was already known throughout the world. She was much more famous than Xiao Mantian. She was someone who had the potential to enter the top 3. After all, although she was ranked 10th, she was a direct descendant of the Xiao family. The Xiao family's inherited techniques were so powerful that no one in the great world of Xiandi could compare to them. However, Chen Hao, who was ranked 8th in the group, was actually fighting with Xiao Manxia, who was ranked 1st. This made them confused and worried at the same time. However, the two of them were not worried that Chen Hao would be eliminated. Could it be that someone told Xiao Manxia that Fatty eliminated her brother, Xiao Manyan? Even if that's the case, the initiative should be in the hands of the Fatty. It must be Xiao Manxia's provocation, right? Fatty is very smart. How could he be provoked? That's right. That's the strange part. After all, the reason why he restrained his aura was to conceal his true strength in preparation for the upcoming battle. Now, let's not even talk about whether he can defeat the powerful Xiao Manxia. Even if he can, he will be exposed. No matter what, he shouldn't fight. Is that Fatty's 7th anima, Chen Qi? Ruolin suddenly saw a figure standing proudly within the raging energy. What shocked Ruolan even more was that the figure was madly devouring the raging energy. At the same time, there was a huge fluctuation in the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, which was converging toward the figure. 7th brother. At this moment, Chen Nan and the others also saw Chen Qi standing proudly amidst the raging energy. Yes, Teacher Ruolin, that's Big Brother's 7th anima, Chen Qi. What an abnormal guy. He can actually have an epiphany while watching the battle. Ruolin and Ruo Xian were shocked. The unobstructed transmission of aura from the barrier allowed the two of them to clearly lock onto Chen-Chi's aura. It's not strange. Seventh brother is my big brother's first anima. Epiphany is a common occurrence for him. It can happen at any time. His strength is probably not much weaker than my big brother's. Moreover, since he met my big brother here, he must want to fight my big brother. Chen said, I know what's going on. Ruo Xian, who seemed to be lost in thought, suddenly understood after hearing Chen Nan's words. Ah, Xian, what's going on? Complete anima and occasional epiphany. In other words, unless Chen-Chi reaches the level of Fatty's main body, his cultivation speed will always be at a rapid pace. This is the complete connection of the origin. Even if Fatty and Chen-Chi are in two different worlds, they can't isolate this mysterious influence. Could this be the highest level of the 9 anima arcane technique? It must be. Furthermore, Fatty has discovered it. And at this time, Fatty must know that he can't control Chen-Chi through the origin. And Chen-Chi wants to have a showdown with him to prove himself. There's another point. It's very likely that Chen-Chi's strength is stronger than Xiao Manxia. In this case, Fatty will choose to fight with Xiao Manxia first. That's not right. What does this have to do with Xiao Manxia? Fatty can totally fight with Chen-Chi first. Since it's 9 animus, no matter the result, he will be stronger after the fusion. Rulin was puzzled. But Fatty hopes to be stronger after the fusion. You see, he's completely used his strongest combat skills and Tao Law. The only thing he's keeping is absolute power. I can be sure that he's deliberately showing it to Chen-Chi. And Chen-Chi stepped into the epiphany so quickly at this time. Furthermore, it's while watching the battle. This proves this point even more. Ruo Xian said in a deep voice, Oh, that's possible. Xian, I find that you're getting smarter and smarter. What are you saying? I'm smarter than you, okay? Moreover, I'm proficient in cough. I'm familiar with the 9 animus spell. Ruo Xian's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Rulin didn't seem to notice. She curled her lips and stared at Ruo Xian, saying, If you're not proud, we're still good sisters. All right, because Chen Hao took the initiative to provoke Xiao Manxia, Group 10 became the target of most of the cultivators again. At the same time, they also became the target of the celestial realm. However, this time, Li Yuan and Xiao Manxia from the Xiao clan were not the only ones who attracted everyone's attention. Chen-Chi, who was in a state of enlightenment, and Miao Xian, who had merged with heaven and earth like a sword, and Hellion Wuzi, who was standing near Miao Xian and surrounded by chaotic celestial light, and no one dared to provoke her. There was no doubt that Chen-Chi, Miao Xian, and Hellion Wuzi were powerful. The fact that they could stand near Chen Hao and Xiao Manxia without fear of the raging energy turbulence and the terrifying pressure of the fighting spirit was enough to prove their strength. At this time, who would dare to challenge them? In the celestial realm, Chen Hao and the other two were excited to see their son become the focus of attention again. However, the terrifying battle between the two made them worry for Chen Hao. They were especially worried when they heard the surrounding people's comments about Xiao Manxia. Fortunately, Chen Hao, who seemed to be weak in terms of absolute power, didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all with his terrifying combat skills. Chapter 1416. On the rostrum. He's actually fighting with Xiao Xia? After the competition officially began, the Celestial River King and other top figures of the immortal Emperor Great Thousand World used their extremely powerful spiritual senses to directly envelop the 10 groups, sensing the battles within. The Celestial River King was slightly surprised as soon as the competition began. What's going on? Little Fatty is challenging the top seed. Chun Taishu was also surprised and thought to himself, strange, Little Fatty doesn't seem like an impulsive person. As for the specific reason, they did not know. After all, they had only sent out their divine senses to investigate when the competition officially began. However, Chun Taishu did not say much to the Star River King. After all, they had already made it clear in the matter between Fatty and Chun Tianhe that this battle would not affect anything. Good. Wonderful. Hey, Big Fatty Li Yuan's sword skills and ancient martial arts are combined so perfectly. Amazing. As expected of the guy with the best comprehension ability, Little Fatty's comprehension of sword skills has also reached the minute subtlety realm. A true genius. It seems that his evaluation ranking is much lower. Even if he is not as good as Xiao Manxia, he should not be too far off. It's a pity that the two of them are fighting. Yes, it's a pity. I hope they can last until the end. As long as there is no winner, it will not affect both of them. The old man on the rostrum also discussed it this time. There were only 10 groups in this round. The top seed of any group was evaluated to be in the top 10. However, someone dared to provoke them, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Epiphany. He can actually achieve epiphany. And in such a short time, Xiao Manxia, who was in the middle of the battle, was extremely shocked after discovering Chun Chi's fluctuations. At the golden immortal realm of the great all-embracing heaven, even for a top genius like her, epiphany was something that could only be encountered by chance. However, Chun Chi had only watched her battle with Fatty, and in such a short time, he had actually stepped into the state of epiphany. What shocked her even more was that at such a close distance, the raging energy turbulence, the aftermath of the Tao Law, and the terrifying explosion did not affect Chun Chi at all. Instead, he could crazily devour the chaotic energy. This was simply inconceivable. Furthermore, as the battle continued, Xiao Manxia discovered something that made her feel even more terrified. Li Yuan, who was clearly in a state of intense battle, actually didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. With such astonishing recovery ability, Xiao Manxia could no longer remain calm. This won't do. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be defeated by him as my energy is depleted. That was absolutely unacceptable. This year's ranking competition is my last time participating. No matter what, I have to truly step into the top 10. I absolutely cannot lose. Xiao Manxia pondered. Then I can only defeat him as quickly as possible. It had to be said that Xiao Manxia felt like she was riding a tiger. She really did not expect the Fatty to be so strong. His combat skills and recovery speed could be described as abnormal. If she continued in this state, she would be tortured to death by Fatty. That was something she could not accept. She could only choose to defeat the Fatty quickly. Although this went against the Celestial River King's intentions, at this point, she had no other choice. She could not allow herself to be eliminated, right? Humph, I didn't expect your strength to exceed my expectations. Unfortunately, the gap in absolute strength cannot be made up for. All right, it's about time to end it. Take this. Boom. Xiao Manxia's aura suddenly more than doubled. She suddenly shouted and shot out a palm. Suddenly, countless afterimages appeared. Chi, chi, chi. In an instant, strands of majestic and terrifying energy spiraled out like strands of milky white silk. They spiraled and intertwined with each other, releasing extremely profound and powerful auras that condensed in front of her. Her aura was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Silkworm, 9 transformations. Someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in surprise. Heavenly Silkworm, 9 transformations was one of the strongest inherited skills of the Shao clan's direct descendants. It was also the Shao clan's ultimate skill that had not appeared in the Jianghu for countless years, because it was more difficult to cultivate than the devouring void. Many direct descendants of the Shao clan could not comprehend it in their lifetime. The requirements for soul control and comprehension were too high. Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations, as the name suggested, had a total of 9 levels. Once the skill was used, one would need to control millions of silk-like energy at the same time in an extremely strange and complicated way to condense the corresponding runes. If one did not have a strong soul control, one would not be able to divide one's mind into millions of strands at the same time, let alone precisely control each strand of energy. Similarly, without an abnormal comprehension, one would not be able to comprehend such a complicated rune combination. But one had to admit that once one mastered it, even if it was only the first level, the power would be extremely shocking. Unfortunately, because of its harsh requirements, countless direct descendants of the Shao clan flinched and did not even have the courage to try. This was also the reason why it had not appeared in the cultivation world for many years. It's the almost extinct Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations. Amazing. Really amazing. I didn't expect that someone in this generation of the Shao clan had finally mastered it. Dahua Li Yuan is going to stop here. What a pity. I really don't know why he provoked Shao Manxia, who was ranked first in the group. Some of the powerful cultivators in the crowd said. As for Cheng, Wanxiang, even Ruolin and Ruoxian, who were very confident in Chen Hao, especially Ruoxian, when they saw Shao Manxia use the Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations, which was about to lose its inheritor, their hearts thumped, and they became nervous. Heavenly Silkworm, first transformation. Fierce wind. Shao Manxia's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. Her hands, which were full of afterimages, suddenly drew a light screen in front of Chen Hao. In an instant, countless silk-like energy condensed into a huge and complicated rune. Following her loud shout, endless raging winds swept up and suddenly blasted towards Chen Hao. At this moment, Shao Manxia's forehead blossomed with a crystal-clear light. Strands of light connected with the Heavenly Silkworm first transformation she had released. Her figure was like a graceful and enchanting spider demon, covered with silk-like energy. Her entire person became extremely terrifying. Heavenly Silkworm's second transformation, wind and cloud movement. Rumble, before the Heavenly Silkworm first transformation could explode. Shao Manxia's aura underwent another shocking change. As she released the second transformation, a terrifying explosion immediately sounded. The rune with an even more terrifying aura rapidly condensed again. The energy of heaven and earth was attracted, and the sky changed color. Chen Hao's pupils suddenly shrank as he sensed the terrifying aura, the two streams of energy that came one after another, and they soared several times in power. He could not help but be shocked. For a moment, Chen Hao did not have any way to break through it. It seemed that he could only rely on absolute power to resist. But this was not what Chen Hao wanted. Chapter 1417. Chen Hao did not know about the Shao family's 9 transformations of the Heavenly Silkworm, but when Shao Manxia shouted out the first and second transformations of the Heavenly Silkworm, Chen Hao thought of the term 9 transformations of the Heavenly Silkworm. And he could conclude that Shao Manxia had more than 2 transformations. Then how powerful would the later moves be when they were displayed? Chen Hao's pitch-black eyes shone with 2 resplendent rays of golden light. His rapidly circulating divine sense and shrinking pupils actually caused Chen Hao to unconsciously activate his innate ability, the fiery golden eyes. Buzz. At this moment, His entire mind was shaken. All distracting thoughts disappeared, and time seemed to have stopped. At the same time, his state of mind, which had merged with all things in the world, was automatically activated. His mind was completely merged with the laws of Xiao Manxia's mystique. He did not let go of any trace of energy. Under his eyes of fire and gold, everything was magnified, fixed, and operated rapidly in his mind. Chun Hao's body was separated from his mind and did not integrate with everything in the world. Instead, he was like a willow catkin in the wind, dancing with the energy of Xiao Manxia's attack. The soft sword skill resisted it, like pulling silk from a cocoon, weakening the terrible attack bit by bit. Good. Wonderful. Wonderful. When the elders on the rostrum saw this scene, they could not help but exclaim, "Such exquisite combat skills." Not to mention the fatty was only from the Daluo Golden Wonderland, but even the geniuses in the cutting path, perfected immortal realm could not reach such a level. But the fatty had done it. They had never seen such a situation before. What a good fatty! He can dissolve my 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm with his combat skills under the disadvantage of absolute power. The Star River King could not help but praise. His eyes lit up slightly. A cultivator from the Daluo Golden Wonderland could integrate the ancient martial arts and divine sense law to such a perfect level and use them to such an exquisite level. He could not help but be shocked. He had to admit that the little fatty's talent in ancient martial arts and comprehension was better than his disciple Qin Tianhe's. But overall, he is still not as good as Tianhe. There is nothing to regret. The Star River King knew very well that after Qin Tianhe merged with the fatty, he would become the dominant one and obtain the fatty's abilities. However, he would not be able to inherit the fatty's comprehension and use of combat skills. After all, these were subjective things. If Qin Tianhe's consciousness took the dominant position, he would lose the fatty's strengths in this aspect. As Xiao Manxia's attacks became more and more powerful, Chun Hao's expression did not change in the slightest. However, his dark eyes became brighter and brighter, and the speed of his mind became faster and faster. His aura became more and more ethereal. Under Xiao Manxia's powerful attack control, he was purely on the defensive and did not attack at all. However, it seemed that he was like a catkin in the wind, and he was fully capable of counterattacking. Although it might not be effective, he did not even want to try. It was as if he was immersed in a state of enjoyment of Xiao Manxia's attacks. Those with lower cultivation naturally did not know what was going on. They thought that Chun Hao was completely suppressed by Xiao Manxia. However, the experts who were watching gradually discovered through their delicate perception that Chun Hao's mind was constantly splitting as the battle progressed, turning into threads and threads, constantly integrating into Xiao Manxia's silk-like energy. This discovery shocked all the experts. Could it be that the little fatty wanted to break the powerful 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm? Was this possible? It was already inconceivable that he could resist and dissolve its energy. How could it be possible that he wanted to comprehend the mysteries of its runes and break it? This was the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. Although it was only the first 2 transformations, it was so complicated that it made people flinch. Moreover, it had nothing to do with one's realm. Whether one could comprehend it completely depended on one's talent and comprehension. He's actually so strong. The more Xiao Manxia fought, the more shocked she became. She was well aware of the power of the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. She had thought that she could take down Chun Hao with just 2 transformations, but the reality was that he was not injured at all. To be more precise, she still had not found a way to detonate it. Her opponent was like a cotton that could not be exerted. It made her feel that she had power but nowhere to exert it. Break! Chi! 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 Chun Hao suddenly shouted. In an instant, countless threads of silk-like sword chi gushed out. He did not dodge, but directly integrated into Xiao Manxia's 2 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. And then, boom! Rumble! A terrible explosion occurred. Chun Hao and Xiao Manxia's bodies exploded and retreated at the same time. Chun Hao looked confident and excited, while Xiao Manxia looked shocked and horrified. She did not expect that. In any case, she did not expect that someone could crack the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. This was a real crack, not a solution. Break. It was a break targeted at the nature. With a much weaker energy, it could easily destroy the hidden latch in the rune and destroy it. Is this the real strength of the one with the highest comprehension? The 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. The little fatty can comprehend the way to crack it in such a short time. It's incredible. The big shots on the rostrum were also shocked. The Star River King frowned and stared at Chun Hao with a touch of pity in his eyes. It was a pity. Break. Chun Hao could crack the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm in such a short time. He did not expect this at all. Such a monstrous talent was destined to survive between him and Chun Tianhe. He could not help but feel sorry. Just these 2 transformations? If that's the case, then you'll lose. Swish, swish. Along with Chun Hao's arrogant and excited voice, strands and dense sword lights directly covered the sky and covered the earth as they pressed down towards the shocked Xiao Manxia. Good, good. I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, do you think you can defeat me after cracking 2 transformations? In your dreams. First transformation of the heavenly silkworm. Swish, swish. Second transformation of the heavenly silkworm. Third transformation of the heavenly silkworm. Fourth transformation of the heavenly silkworm. 8 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. Clatter. The onlookers were in an uproar. Xiao Manxia, who was shocked by Chun Hao, did not hold back this time. She frantically urged her mind and energy and directly launched the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm without the slightest gap. She did not stop until the 8th transformation. A terrifying and mysterious aura filled the whole space. Under such an aura, the practitioners in the battle had to retreat again. Even Chun Chi, who was in the state of epiphany, was affected and jumped out of the state of epiphany. He, Helian Wuzi, and Miao Xian all activated their protective gang chi to stabilize themselves. Humph! I'll show you my real strength. 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. I am the king. Hiss! As Xiao Manxia said the words, the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm suddenly merged into her body. Chapter 1418. In an instant, Xiao Manxia's aura began to soar crazily. The energy fluctuations that were originally like mountains and seas suddenly disappeared completely, and the entire space became dead silent. The integration of the 9 runes caused Xiao Manxia's body to emit a milky white luster, as if she had turned into a cocoon. The highest realm of the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm, not to mention the onlookers in the Grand Miss Supremacy realm, even the true immortal kings and the top experts on the rostrum widened their eyes in shock. Amazing! I didn't expect that there would be someone in the Xiao clan who could cultivate the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm to the highest realm. It's really incredible. Yes, as far as I know, only the Star River King in the Xiao clan can do it. After the Star River King, no one else has been able to cultivate it to the highest realm. I didn't expect Xiao Manxia to be so strong. In an instant, Countless exclamations came from the mouths of some elders. Poof! Poof! At this moment, two poof sounds suddenly came from Xiao Manxia's shoulders. Immediately, a dazzling seven-colored light gushed out and enveloped the entire world, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The crowd exclaimed again. Two huge, rainbow-colored wings grew out of Xiao Manxia's shoulders. Condense. At the same time, Xiao Manxia's red lips opened slightly, and she shouted softly, "Buzz! Buzz!" A seven-colored light suddenly tore through the void, carrying unparalleled power and endless mysteries as it charged toward Chun Hao. At this moment, Xiao Manxia, who was standing in the void, was like a god who controlled the life and death of all things. The word "tut" was like announcing Chun Hao's death sentence. Countless people, including Miao Xian, Helian Wuzi, Qin Qi, Ruolan, Ruoxian, Chun Nan, and the others became extremely nervous at this moment, and their hearts were in their throats. At this moment, Chun Hao's eyes suddenly shrank, and his expression became extremely solemn. Immediately, boom! An aura that was like mountains and seas suddenly gushed out, and a majestic and pure essence, energy, and spirit directly rushed into the sky and pierced through the firmament. Buzz! Clang! At the same time, a clear sword cry, like a dragon's roar, resounded throughout the world. A true, immortal treasure sword. Almost instantly, all the spectators were certain that Chun Hao had brought out an immortal artifact sword. Moreover, its aura was extremely powerful. Clearly, it was not an ordinary immortal artifact. Ridiculous! When Xiao Manxia saw this, she didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, her expression became one of disdain. Fairy artifacts were indeed powerful, but Chun Hao was just a Daluo Golden Wonderland cultivator. Restricted by his own realm, it was impossible for him to bring out the true power of a fairy artifact. It was like a 6-year-old baby holding a kitchen knife. What kind of power could he bring out? Whether or not he could even carry, it was a problem. As a direct descendant genius of the Shao clan, the soft armor, accessories, and items she wore from head to toe were all magic treasures that were most suitable for her cultivation and strength. Moreover, they were all activated passively and automatically coordinated with her to launch the strongest attack. It was utterly not something that an immortal artifact that wasn't suitable for her could compare to. The most suitable one was the strongest. This was the truth, and it applied everywhere. Similarly, when countless top experts saw little Fatty bring out an immortal artifact sword, they had the same opinion as Xiao Manxia. The only difference was that they didn't think it was ridiculous. After all, no academy could compare to the treatment of a direct descendant of the Shao clan. Even Zhulu Academy couldn't compare. Little Fatty, who was only a disciple of Dahua Academy, was lucky enough to have an immortal artifact. How could there be an expert refiner who would pay such a huge price to refine a magic treasure that was most suitable for him? That was impossible. After all, immortal artifacts could be borrowed and passed down. However, a magic treasure that was specially refined for Chun Hao was only suitable for Chun Hao. No academy would pay such a huge price. Chi, chi, chi. Chun Hao drew out his sword directly. In an instant, rays of sword light poured out. Great Five Elements art. What a pity! Although the Great Five Elements art is strong, it's only when the 5 elements are combined into one. However, even if the 5 elements are combined into one, it's only one move. It's definitely not stronger than the power of the 9 changes combined into one. The moment Chun Hao drew out his sword, some experts made a judgment. However, What surprised everyone was that Chun Hao actually relied on his powerful control ability to execute the great five elements art and didn't attack the arrogant Xiao Manxia, who had transformed into a birdman. Instead, he stood still in front of him. It seemed slow but was actually fast, like a net made of sword light. What was even more shocking was the circulation of the five elements. How is this possible? Exclamations of surprise burst out, using what he learned and how to use it flexibly, so powerful. The concept of the heavenly silkworm 9 changes, the will of the massacre sword Dao, and the great five elements art, 3 combined into 1. Almost instantly, countless cultivators saw that little fatty had actually used the concept of the heavenly silkworm 9 changes and forcefully combined it with the great five elements art and the massacre sword Dao that he was proficient in. Very obviously, after deciphering the first and second changes of the heavenly silkworm 9 changes, Chun Hao had grasped the concept of the heavenly silkworm 9 changes, which was the essence. Of course, this was not because Chun Hao had mastered the heavenly silkworm 9 changes. That was impossible. No matter how strong Chun Hao's comprehension was, it was impossible for him to do it in such a short time. After all, it was one of the most difficult absolute arts of the Shao clan to master. However, Chun Hao had grasped the concept of this absolute art and used it flexibly. Using other similar runes that he could release, he turned the great five elements art he released into the first move of storing. It was just like how the heavenly silkworm 9 changes could be released first several times without exploding, waiting for the 9 changes to be completed before combining them. Without a doubt, this was very shocking. However, at best, this is equivalent to using the ultimate move consecutively, right? The heavenly silkworm 9 changes is one change after another. It was originally created for the purpose of combining them into one. After superimposing, the power would increase exponentially. However, the great five elements art only has one move. The runes are completely similar in nature, but they repel each other. It's impossible to superimpose them, let alone increase their power exponentially. Many masters thought to themselves. However, in just a moment, their thoughts were destroyed by Chun Hao's shocking move. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was the same great five elements art, but the sword principal attribute contained in it was completely different. What was even more surprising was that the trajectory of the five elements had also undergone a subtle change. There was no sign of mutual repulsion, and it merged into one with the previous sword light. Its aura sword. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was a long story, but in fact it happened in an instant. Chun Hao did not pause at all. He released his ultimate move consecutively, and in an instant he had used the great five elements art 5 times. This is the limit of fusion. Sensing the operation of the sword light, Chun Hao knew that he had pushed himself to the limit of the great five elements art. All along, the grand five elements art had been one of his trump cards, and the continuous execution of ultimate moves was the trump card of his trump cards. Unfortunately, every time he did this, Chun Hao would feel that something was off, yet he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Chapter 1419. Today, when he saw Xiao Manxia's 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm, Chun Hao knew what was wrong and thought of a way to improve the great five elements art from cracking the first and second transformations. Now, he had succeeded. At most, he could fuse 5 swords. That was the limit of what he could do now. Could he resist Xiao Manxia's 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm? Even Chun Hao was not sure. However, now that he had chosen to do this, instead of completely exposing his absolute power, he could only continue. At least he was sure of one thing. He would not die. What? You're defeated. boom. Xiao Manxia, who had successfully broken out of the cocoon, was confident that she could easily defeat the fatty at this moment. Therefore, after she fused the 9 transformations, she was not in a hurry to defeat her opponent in one move. Instead, she waited for the fatty to condense his ultimate move. That way, she would be satisfied. However, she did not expect the fatty to condense the extremely terrifying Great 5 Elements art rune in an instant. Moreover, it was the fusion of 5 swords, 5 types of sword principles. At this moment, how could she dare to wait? Good. Smart. This little fatty can definitely be described as heaven-defying. Some of the true immortal kings and top experts in the cutting path perfected immortal realm could not help but exclaim at this moment. The Great 5 Elements art, 5 times. Every time it seems that the 5 elements have reached a perfect balance, but the trajectory of the movement is based on metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It allows the 5 swords to form a Great 5 Elements cycle outside of the 5 Elements cycle, and they are all interconnected, from small to large. Amazing, really amazing. This requires extremely precise energy control to do. Countless people were shocked. It's not certain who will lose. Tut! Chunhao shouted, and the Great 5 Elements sword light rune in front of him shot out. Chi! Boom! Rumble! Chunhao's sword light and Xiao Manxia's 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm finally met. In an instant, there was a terrifying explosion. The space condensed by countless true immortal kings actually collapsed in a small area. Heaven and earth lost their color, and with the 2 of them as the core, a black spatial storm was formed, fist breaking the void. Rumble! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted continuously, and the destruction caused became more and more terrifying. At this moment, even Miao Xian, Chun Qi, and Helian Wuzi had no choice but to quickly retreat. The space collapsed and distorted. The pitch-black energy wreaked havoc, as if it wanted to devour everything. No one could clearly see Chun Hao and Xiao Manxia at this moment. When the devastating explosion and energy turbulence completely disappeared, a fat figure stood with a sword in his hand. Even though blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body was covered with wounds, as though he had been bombarded by landmines, his aura was extremely full. Clearly, he was at his peak condition. What did this mean? It would automatically recover after the battle. This was the rule of the competition space. As long as the opponent was eliminated, the winner would immediately be fed back to his peak state. It was like the feedback after the great heavenly punishment. That was indeed the case. This was because everyone also saw a figure protected by boundless golden, holy light. It was Xiao Manxia, the protective light of the token. Her face was filled with unwillingness and anger, but there was no room for regret now. She had lost. She, who claimed to be the first female Grand Luo among the immortal emperors, and to be precise, she was indeed the most promising female Grand Luo in this batch. However, she had lost to the fatty. Countless onlookers widened their eyes in shock. The cultivators in the immortal world space who were watching from the square all had their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One had to know that just a moment ago, the expert in charge of the live commentary was saying that the fatty was done for, and how terrifying the Galaxy King Xiao clan's 9 transformations heavenly silkworm was, and so on. However, at this moment, the one who had lost was Xiao Manxia, Li Yuan of the Great. Countless people murmured this name. They remembered this fat figure, chubby face, and the most beautiful part of his body. His eyes, pitch black and deep eyes. This is our boss. This is our boss. Ha ha ha. What do you mean by unbelievable? This is called unbelievable. Brothers, I feel like our dark days are about to descend upon us again. That's for sure, but I'm happy to live like that. Lan Feng, if you're not happy, you can go away. Ha ha ha. F asterisk CK. I have a cultivation partner now. What's there to be afraid of? This is the problem that the few of them have to consider. It's hard to find a cultivation partner beside our boss. Lan Feng looked at Zhou Qinglong and the other few bachelors among the 9 geniuses. Cheng Wanxiang, Mo Shilin, Ruo Lan, Ruo Xian, and the others were also very excited. When they saw Xiao Manxia display the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm, they felt a faint sense of uneasiness. Ruo Xian was especially worried. Even though she was very confident in Chen Hao before, she still felt that he could not win. How strong would the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm be? However, Chen Hao had won. The Galaxy King frowned slightly at this time. He did not expect the fatty's original body to shock him again and again in such a short period of time. This was something that had not happened in tens of millions of years. He was the most talented person, so what kind of genius could really surprise him? Even Chun Tianhe had only made him look at him a little. However, the little fatty's original body, whose aura and absolute power were obviously much weaker than Chun Tianhe's, had exceeded his expectations several times in a row. He had to take it seriously. Such a monstrous existence. Even if he is not as good as Tianhe now, his potential is still stronger than Tianhe's. If he falls like this, it will be a pity. The original body is the original body after all, and indeed has the talent that derivative life does not have. If the Galaxy King thought to himself, Sword King Chen Taishu was inexplicably excited. Even he did not expect Chen Hao's talent to be so powerful, especially in terms of comprehension and fighting talent, which were unbelievably strong. Moreover, he had limited himself to the scope of sword principle. If Chen Hao completely let go and did whatever he wanted, what would happen? He is not a pure sword puppet, but he can practice the secular sword principle, which is all-encompassing. His sword principle can be extremely pure. People who don't know the situation will definitely think that he is a real sword puppet, but he is not. He has integrated the great 5 elements art into his swordsmanship. In such a short period of time, he can comprehend the fusion method similar to the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm. Also, only the Chun family bloodline can really practice the carving heart sutra to the extreme. He has also practiced it to the extreme. Such talent, could it be? Sword King Chun Taishu suddenly thought of a possibility. He also thought of his younger brother, Chun Wuliang. However, he had to admit that Chen Hao's talent was not comparable to Chun Wuliang's, even if Chun Wuliang had a congenital martial emperor body. Moreover, Chun Wuliang had been defeated by his martial emperor body before he reincarnated. But what about Chun Hao? Chapter 1420. Even though Chen Taishu had only seen Chen Hao fight twice, every single move of Chen Hao's contained various Tao laws that were unfathomable and of various attributes. This was sufficient to prove that Chen Hao didn't specialize in a Tao that was suitable for him at all. However, Chen Hao gave Chen Taishu the feeling that he was at ease and wasn't affected by the various Tao laws at all. He comprehended various Tao laws to the limit and cultivated them to the limit. Simply put, Chun Wuliang's soul force and comprehension were unable to control his martial emperor body, resulting in a lack of mastery. On the other hand, Chun Hao was at ease. Despite the various Taos, he was still able to master them. How big was the gap between their talents? This kid has hidden his strength well. If I didn't know that he was on par with Xian Xian and that he was facing Xian 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 before he reached the peak realm, Who would have known that he had the strength to fight against Qin Tianhe, who was ranked first? Now that he has reached the peak realm, his absolute strength has not been fully exposed. Plus, his battle skills can only be described as abnormal. There shouldn't be a problem. The pupil has surpassed the master? No, it's more of the little fatty's innate talent. Even I was inferior to the little fatty back then. What is the relationship between me and the little fatty? My daughter. My daughter. He was born from my daughter. No one knew that at this moment. Princess Ing was more excited than anyone else, because at this moment she had learned everything about Chun Hao, Yilan, and her own daughter through Xi. How could she not be excited? At this moment, Princess Ing was more concerned about Chun Hao than anyone else. Not only was he her beloved disciple, but he also had a close relationship with her daughter. He was the key to finding her daughter. How could she not be concerned? After learning the details from Xi, Princess Ing had decided to do her best to protect Chun Hao's life, even if she had to fall out with the Xing He King. She could not allow him to be devoured by Qin Tianhe, who had been controlled by evil thoughts. Inside the competition space, Chun Hao, who still hadn't revealed his absolute strength, had never thought that his battle would bring such a shock to everyone, especially the Star River King, Chun Taishu, Prince Ing, and the other top experts. They saw unparalleled potential and infinite hope in him. Is it my turn? Qin Shi took a deep breath. Despite the vastness of Mount Pear, he still walked proudly toward Chun Hao and said excitedly, "You think you have hope? Unless I'm dead, I won't give up hope, even if there is only a sliver of possibility." Very good. As expected of the lifespan that I have completely comprehended, you are also very good, as expected of my original body. I underestimated you before. You are indeed stronger than me in every aspect. My epiphany and the speed of my advancement are all under your influence. Even though I feel like I comprehended it on my own, I just found out too. I also just discovered that I don't have the ability to control you with my origin. So, I can't not give you a fair chance. Perhaps when I gave birth to you, I wanted you to become me so much that we really didn't distinguish between each other and became equal existences. Is that so? It doesn't matter. I've always been living in your shadow. Even if I win, I'll still love you, like what you like, and do what you want. If I lose, what you do is also what I want to do. It's just that I'll drag out an ignoble existence. Now that I have my own consciousness, I naturally want to make decisions for myself. No matter what, meeting you in advance is an opportunity for you and me. Fusion is the key, don't you think? That's right. I promise you, I won't erase any of your thoughts. Chun Hao said, "Let's talk about it after you win. Don't underestimate me. Make your move." Qin Shi said. However, although Qin Shi said he would make his move, his aura didn't soar. Instead, it was strangely restrained. Only the space between his eyebrows began to tremble slightly. "Come to me?" Chun Hao said. "You are big and real. Aren't you afraid that I will cheat as a controller?" "I know myself." Chun Chi smiled slightly. If Chun Chi was still very jealous of Chun Hao before and wanted to fight to the death with him, then at this moment, after a short communication with Chun Hao, Chun Chi didn't have any jealousy. He saw the amazing talent of the original body, sensed that his epiphany came from the original body, and saw himself in Chun Hao. After the conversation, he was even more certain of this. Their hearts were connected. Chun Chi felt that he could guess what the original body was thinking. Similarly, Chun Hao could naturally guess what he was thinking. And this was under the premise that the two of them didn't have a connection at all. This made Chen-Chi suddenly feel that it wasn't important whether he could defeat the original body or not to prove himself. He was the original body, and the original body was him. The only difference was that they each had their own independent consciousness and different experiences over the years. Chun-Chi had a feeling, or rather, both Chun-Hao and Chun-Chi had a feeling that their fusion would be flawless. Just as Chun-Chi had said, what the original body loved was what he loved. What the original body wanted to do was what he wanted to do. Even if there were some ideas that belonged to each of them, they were born from different experiences. Only through fusion, no matter who was the dominant consciousness, they would accept the other's ideas. Very well, I also know myself. Chen-Hao also smiled. Unfortunately, with his fat appearance, his smile was on a completely different level compared to the handsome Chen-Chi. However, at this moment, no one cared about the fat man's appearance, the 2 consecutive live broadcasts, and the terrifying strength that the fat man showed, especially when he defeated Xiao Manxia, made the fat man's image imperceptibly carry a dazzling halo. In the eyes of young women, he bloomed with endless charm. At this time, Chun-Hao and Chun-Chi did not hide their words and clearly passed into the ears of the audience. However, except for those who were familiar with Chun-Hao, many people were confused by the conversation between the two. Even some of the masters on the rostrum who did not know what was going on were a little confused by the conversation between the two. However, after hearing the conversation between the two, the Star River King fell into contemplation, as if he had understood something. This was a realm that even his 9-life profound technique did not have. Independent existences. No one can control the other through the origin, but their hearts are connected and they appreciate each other. Chun-Hao's glabella suddenly shook, and a bright light shot directly into Chun-Hao's glabella. At first, countless people exclaimed, thinking that Chun-Chi had used some kind of killing move, which made the fat man unable to react. However, when the bright light directly merged into the fat man's glabella, nothing terrible happened. Chun-Hao and Chun-Chi both smiled and closed their eyes at the same time. Chapter 14:21. Fight. But Chun-Hao, who didn't want to expose his true strength, and Chun-Hao, who didn't want Chun-Hao or himself to expose their true strength, chose Chun-Hao's mind space as their battlefield. Only now did everyone understand the fatty and Chun-Chi's fighting style. Although Chun-Chi wasn't even a seed master on this level, everyone already recognized his powerful image when he entered an epiphany and stood proudly near the battle. Naturally, they wouldn't think that Chun-Chi was trying to break a rock with an egg. At this time, Hellion Wuzi directly went to the two of them, releasing a terrifying aura to protect them. Although Miao Xian, who was frowning slightly, didn't get close, she didn't leave either. She just stood there motionlessly, paying attention to the fatty and Chun-Chi, her state of mind inexplicably fluctuating. He faced her indifferently, but according to her request, he fought with sword principles from beginning to end. Moreover, he displayed a combat strength that was completely beyond her imagination. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many nameless monstrous geniuses in this year's competition, she was almost certain that Chun-Hao could enter the top 10 with sword principles and fulfill her request. Then, does this damned fatty value me more than him? Miao Xian couldn't understand. She only knew that her mood at this moment completely went against the sword puppet's straightforward character. At this moment, she couldn't see through her own heart. Chi. Boom, boom, boom. The other cultivators' battles only became more intense at this time. In other words, this was the real beginning. The top 1,000 was one of the requirements for a first-class academy to be promoted to a top academy. There was no doubt that anyone who qualified this time would be a true monstrous genius. Every group of 10,000 people would determine the top 100, and 10 groups would form the top 1,000. In this round, the top 100 people in each group would eliminate an average of 99 people. In other words, the top 100 people would have to win an average of 99 battles in a row. Failure in any battle would lead to elimination. However, according to the number of victories you had, your position in the top 100,000 would be determined. Therefore, at this time, there were no more peak battles that no one wanted to miss. All the cultivators began to go crazy, especially those who felt that they had a chance to enter the top 1,000 but were not certain. There were even some who directly challenged several people at the same time. By doing so, if they were eliminated, their ranking would be higher. Unfortunately, other than the 10th group, after watching Chun Hao and Xiao Manxia's battle, the others' battles became dull and boring. Even if the people fighting were already experts in the top 100,000, it still wouldn't work. The gap was too big. It wasn't that there weren't any real experts, but even if there weren't any opponents who were on par with them. After all, not everyone was like Chun Hao and Xiao Manxia. Under normal circumstances, they would pick on the weakest opponents. As long as they could advance, it would be fine. There was no need to choose a strong opponent. Not only would they expose their true strength, they might also be eliminated like Xiao Manyun and Xiao Manxia. That would not be worth it. Therefore, most of the cultivators were still staring at Chun Hao and Chun Chi curiously. There were many teachers and cultivators from the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm in Chun Chi's academy who came to watch the battle. At this moment, they were all worried for Chun Chi. Although the conversation between Chun Hao and Chun Chi confused everyone, it also made one point clear. The fatty was the original body, and Chun Chi was the fatty's life, but it was a completely independent life. The supreme realm of the 9 lives profound technique. Did it matter who won or lost? For most people, it didn't matter at all. Whether the fatty won or Chun Chi won, they would become a stronger existence. However, it was very important for the University of Dahua and Chun Chi's academy, especially for the University of Dahua. The fatty was their academy's guarantee to enter the top academy. If he lost, the others would have a much lower chance of entering the top 1,000. They might fall short. Therefore, at this time, and in a situation where they couldn't see the battle at all, Cheng Wanxiang and the others were more nervous than when the fatty and Xiao Manxia fought before. Time passed by minute, and every minute was a kind of torture for Cheng Wanxiang and the others. The first group's competition was over, and the top 100 were decided. The fourth group's competition was also over. The competitions of the groups ended one after another, until all 9 groups had ended. The 10th group, where Chun Hao was still not decided on the top 100. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or the cultivators present were too shrewd. At this moment, there were a total of 101 people left, including Chun Hao and Chun Chi. No one was fighting anymore. They just quietly watched Chun Hao and Chun Chi, who were standing face to face with their eyes closed. Obviously, the battle between Chun Hao and Chun Chi was the last one. Only when they had a winner would the top 100 be decided. It's not over yet? Damn, what's going on? When the space barriers of the other 9 groups disappeared and merged with the spectator floor, only the 10th group was left. Everyone's line of sight was also unobstructed to see the 10th group's space, which had shrunk to a very small size. Many people were shocked by what they saw and asked in surprise, "How? Brother, how? TSK, TSK, TSK." When the peerless figures saw the people in the 10th group, they immediately rushed to the front of the barrier and cried out in surprise. Unfortunately, in the 10th group's space, no one could hear their voices. Similarly, they could not see their figures. "Brother Hal, little 7, don't." It was also at this moment that a voice suddenly cut through the void. It was filled with horror. "Little Hui." Chun Shui and the others immediately recognized the owner of the voice. "TSK, TSK, TSK." In an instant, Chun Shui and the other girls rushed toward Lu Hui, who was so frightened that she seemed to have gone crazy. No one knew how terrified and frightened Lu Hui was when she saw Chun Hao and Chen Qi standing face to face and being watched by everyone, although she had long known that this scene would happen sooner or later, and it would happen during this period of time. When she really faced it, her heart hurt as if it was being pricked by needles. One was the man she loved the most, and the other was the 7th life of the man she loved the most. However, they were children that she had brought up single-handedly. There was no love, but there was family. She really did not want Chen Qi to disappear just like that and become one with the man she loved the most, Chun Hao. Chun Qi was already living in her heart. How could she accept him disappearing just like that? However, she could not stop any of this. No matter how she shouted, Chun Hao and Chun Qi could not hear her. However, at this moment, Chun Qi suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight in Lu Hui's direction. "Little Hui." "Ah, ah." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Even Lu Hui, who was crying, was stunned. Her mind was blank, and her delicate body trembled. Chun Qi had awakened. What did that mean? "You should have seen me, right? I know you're sad. In your heart, I'm like your son, right? He. I know that I can't replace him, and he can't take my place in your heart. However, I'm him and he's me. I understand. I hope you understand too. I've lost. I'm very happy. See you later." Crash. As soon as Chun Qi finished speaking, his body turned into specks of light like flowing sand and merged into Chun Hao's glabella. Chapter 1422. Buzz. The barrier of the 10th group dissipated, and the top 1,000 were decided. The next round of the competition was divided into 10 groups of 100 people each. The top 10 would advance to the next round. However, the format of the competition was different from before. It was a round-robin competition for 100 people. In other words, any 2 cultivators would have to fight each other. Finally, the top 10 cultivators with the highest points would advance to the top 100. We did it! Ha ha ha! A top academy. Our academy has become a top academy. Ha ha! We are also students of a top academy. The pressure is so great. When Fatty opened his eyes, the students of the University of Darang cheered. Fatty had made it to the top 1,000, and he was the only one in the almighty immortal realm of the University of Dahua. Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Shui Fian, and Wan Yishui had not made it to the top 1,000, but this was expected. After all, the top 1,000 was the top 1,000 from the great world of Xiandi. To be able to enter the top 1,000, even if it was the last place, one had to be a true genius. Otherwise, there was no hope at all. Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Shui Fian, and Wan Yishui had not displayed the full circle of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Similarly, among the girls, only Helian Wuzi, Chen Shui, and Lu Hui had entered the top 1,000. Other than Helian Wuzi, who was in the same group as Chun Hao, Chen Shui, and Lu Hui had only narrowly advanced. Have they merged? It seems that their luck is not leaning towards me. However, it doesn't matter. You are the main body, so your luck naturally has an innate advantage. Even if it is my luck, it will still cover you. Only by merging with you, I will be the master of my own destiny. All the luck will belong to me. I know that you must be hiding something. Unfortunately, it is useless to me. The final victory will belong to me. Chen Tianha. Xiao Hui, you are mine. Chen Tianha said in his heart as he stood proudly and stared at the fatty from afar, as well as the weeping little nurse, Lu Hui, who threw herself into the fatty's arms. Disciples who have advanced, please step onto the 4th level immediately. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after, the host's voice sounded. Immediately, the top 1,000 cultivators who had successfully advanced rose into the air and stepped onto the next level under the envious gaze of the crowd. Chi, 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 rumble. The moment the 1,000 cultivators stepped into the 4th level, 500 arenas that contained powerful space-time laws appeared in the space of the 4th level, divided into 10 regions. There were 50 arenas in one area. The 4th group, Few, after Fatty, Helian Wuzi, Qin Shui, and Lu Hui, who was still immersed in sadness, stepped into the 4th level. They were directly teleported to the area marked with the 4th group. As for the 3 girls, they went to another group. This time, although there were no seated contestants, the contestants' combat power was still taken into consideration during the grouping. When the strong met, the strong would be eliminated. This was something that had to be avoided as much as possible, although it was impossible to completely avoid it. After all, some people would provoke others, some would be unconvinced, and some would hide their strength, causing the assessment to be inaccurate. For example, the fatty who was ranked 8th was stronger than Xiao Manxia who was ranked 1st. It was impossible to completely put an end to it, especially since there were many newly emerged experts in this batch. It's the round-robin stage. Everyone in the group will fight each other. I can finally fight to my heart's content. 99 matches. After letting out a long sigh, Chun Hao revealed a look of excitement. Chun Hao, who had already stepped into the great circle of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, needed a large number of different opponents to train himself. Moreover, due to his abnormal talent, the opponents he needed were not necessarily as strong as Xiao Manxia. It was fine as long as they were not too weak. Every cultivator had their own shining points, especially at this stage. They were the top 1,000 monsters in the great world of Xiandi. Even in the top academies, they were the top monsters. Without a doubt, this was what Chun Hao liked the most. Unfortunately, you admit defeat? Are you kidding me? The battle hasn't even started. I'm sorry, Brother Li. I'm not your opponent. Ah, you can't be. You admit defeat too? If Brother Li can defeat Xiao Manxia, there's no need for me to expose myself. I admit defeat. Our dean believes that you will definitely enter the top 10. I admit that I'm far inferior to you. I'm sorry. After the start of the competition, Chun Hao was automatically sent to one of the 50 arenas in the 4th group. He thought that he could fight to his heart's content for 99 consecutive battles, but he did not expect that the opponents he encountered would admit defeat continuously, and it lasted until the end. All 99 people admitted defeat. In a group, no one dared to fight with him. Chun Hao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He almost suffered internal injuries. However, this scene, in the eyes of many people, was natural. Obviously, although there were no seated contestants in this round of competition, the allocation of group members according to the assessment of strength was fixed. Chun Hao was undoubtedly the first master in the 4th group. This also meant that the latest assessment of his combat strength ranking was likely to be 4th. He had defeated Xiao Manxia, who had the potential to enter the top 10 of the great world of Xiandi, the first female Daluo Jinxian. Moreover, he had the 9 Lives Mystic technique, the Star River King's unique technique, and the doppelganger Qinqi, who was a disciple of a top academy, and could use the great 5 elements art to an incredible level. How many people could defeat him? Since they knew that they were no match for him, why fight? At this point, there were no weaklings. Most of the battles were lost, so there was no need to fight. If they fought, they would not be embarrassed to perform badly in front of everyone. However, if they wanted to perform well, they would have to reveal their strongest strength. That would not be good for the following battles. It was because of this that they chose to admit defeat. Almost the same scene appeared in the first and second groups. In the first group, no one dared to fight Qin Tianhe. In the second group, no one dared to fight Xiao Jiutian, the first Daluo Jingxian of the Xiao family. In the other groups, the new generation Sword King's disciples Qingyang and Miao Xian, Kong Ying, who had stepped out of the Emperor Star's secret realm, the first Daluo Jingxian of the Jade Maiden Palace, the first Daluo Chisue of the Snowdrift Academy, and the first Daluo Buqin of the Parkway Academy. Most of their opponents also chose to admit defeat. Those who did not admit defeat were all experts who had hidden their strength. Although they could not defeat them, the terrifying strength they displayed made the latecomers admit defeat. At the end of the competition, the top 10 of each group were decided. There was a total of 100 people. There was no need to calculate, and everyone could roughly guess the top 10 list. Even if there was a discrepancy with the final result, it would not be too big. All 10 of them were first in their groups and had won all their matches. I predict that the top 10 list will be ranked according to their strength. First, Chen Tianhe. Second, Xiao Jiutian. Wrong. I think Xiao Jiutian will definitely be first. He is the first Daluo of the Xiao family, a true disciple of the Star River King. He is not someone Chen Tianhe can compare to. Chapter 1423. Don't you know that Qin Tianhe is also a direct disciple of the Star River monarch? Of course I know, but Qin Tianhe's surname is Chen, and he became the Star River monarch's disciple not long ago. How can he be compared to Xiao Jiutian? The reason why his evaluation is higher than Xiao Jiutian is because of his powerful faith energy. But that power doesn't truly belong to him. After all, it's an external force. It has a huge flaw in a life and death battle. That's true, but I still think that Qin Tianhe is strong. Look, it won't be long before the results come out. In any case, the 2 of them must have occupied 2 spots in the top 10, and they should be first and second. Don't forget about the Jade Maiden Palace's Ningjing. She hasn't made a move yet, and she's still the first in her group based on her aura alone. There's also the Sword Monarch's disciples, Qingyang and Miao Xian. They were all second in the previous seeded contestants, but they're all first in their groups. They've obviously hidden a lot. There's also Snowdrift Academy's Buqin. He can't be underestimated either. Yeah, it's hard to say. Li Yuan defeated Xiao Manxia and fused with the powerful Qinqi. The 4th group should be ranked 4th, and there's a possibility for them to compete for first place. There's also Kong Ying. Like Li Yuan, he's also in existence that led his academy to the top. But he's more low-key and was overshadowed by Li Yuan's brilliance. But it's hard to say how strong he is. Li Yuan's battle with Xiao Manxia might be his strongest, but he's only ranked 4th. As for the others, they haven't revealed anything yet. As for Kong Ying, it's hard to say. We can't see how strong he is, and there's no information for us to refer to. Yeah, in any case, Chen Tianhe, Xiao Jiutian, Ningjing, Qingyang, Miao Xian, Buqin, Li Yuan, and Kong Ying will be in the top 10 if nothing unexpected happens. As for the other 2 who entered the top 100 with undefeated records. Their strength is relatively weak. There are bound to be many challengers, so the chances of them being a threat to Li Yuan and Kong Ing will depend on whether or not there are any hidden super experts in the future. There must be. This time, only the top 10 of the group will advance. Some people don't care about which place they advance. It's just a temporary surrender. Let's wait and see. After the top 100 were determined, both the cultivators who were watching at the scene and the cultivators who were watching in the immortal realm space began to buzz with discussion. The alliances of the cities in the immortal realm space, the internal affairs of the major forces, and the major chambers of commerce even began to place bets. Contestants, please enter the 5th floor. When the center of the martial arts practice field turned into a huge ring, the host's voice sounded again. This time, Chun Hao rose into the air alone and stepped into the 5th level under the excited gazes of the crowd. Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and Lu Hui all stopped outside the top 100 and were eliminated. It was already very good that Chen Shui and Helian Wuzi could achieve such results. As for Lu Hui, the soul of all living things, she was defeated because of her terrible mood. Otherwise, with the immortal Emperor Absolute art that she had awakened, there was still hope for her to enter the top 10 of the group. In other words, she could enter the top 100. For this round of competition, the top 10 contestants will be evaluated. For the remaining 90 people, whoever thinks that they have the strength to defeat any one of the top 10 can challenge them. If they succeed, they will replace them and become one of the top 10. If they fail, they will lose the qualification to enter the top 10. When no one challenges the top 10 will be determined. At the same time, the rankings of the remaining 90 people will be announced. If you are not satisfied with the rankings, you can challenge the top 10 contestants. When there are no more challengers, the top 10 ranking battle will officially begin. Now, I will announce the top 10 contestants. The rankings are in no particular order. Chen Tianhe, Xiao Jiutian, Ningjing, Li Yuan, Miao Xian, Qingyang, Bu Chen, Kong Ing, Bai Hua, Lu Fei. When the top 100 contestants stepped into the 5th floor, the host began to announce the method of this round of competition and the top 10 contestants. Although the host said that the rankings were in no particular order, the order in which the names were announced was based on the combat strength of the contestants. De Hua, Li Yuan, was ranked 4th. The top 10 contestants, please enter the ring and be challenged. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice sounded in everyone's ears and interrupted the host. Voila! Suddenly, both the audience and the immortal world space went into an uproar. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in surprise. The rostrum. Star River King. What's the matter? Countless people were puzzled. They didn't know why the Star River King interrupted the host at this moment. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Even Prince Ing, Chun Taishu, and the other big shots on the rostrum looked at the Star River King in confusion. Star River King, what orders do you have? Although the host was puzzled, he didn't dare to show any displeasure and asked respectfully. Put the contestant ranked 11th in the top 10. Huh. No way, right? What does this mean? The Star River King's words made countless people puzzled. Only Prince Ing, Chun Hao, Miao Xian, Qingyang, Ruolin, Ruoxian, and the others who were familiar with Chun Hao understood what the Star River King wanted to do. Old Man's personal disciples, Chun Tianhe and Hua, Li Yuan, are just 2 lives in the 9 lives mystic technique. They are actually one person. Voila! The Star River King didn't give the crowd too much time to wonder and directly announced, causing a huge uproar. Even the top 100 experts looked at Chen Tianhe and fatty Li Yuan in shock. Moreover, it is the highest level of the 9 Lives mystic technique. There is no difference between the original body and the avatar, and this time they will fuse together. You have seen Chen Qi fused with Li Yuan before. There are also a few lives that you haven't seen fused with Tianhe. The two of them will be the final fusion. No matter who wins or loses, they are the same person in the end. Therefore, the current top 10 is only the top 9. Let's pick another one and let Chen Tianhe and Li Yuan fight in advance. That way, the top 10 will be the real top 10. The ranking will also be more realistic. Celestial River King said. The Star River King's words made everyone's eyes widen. The top 10 contestants, except for Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Xiao Jiutian, became dignified. After all, Chen Tianhe was already ranked first. If he fused with the fourth, how strong would they be? Most of the people from the Dehua College who didn't know about this situation were so excited that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. In their minds, Fatty was already a superior existence. Now, they had reached the point of looking up to a mountain. They couldn't describe their feelings at all. Incredible. They could only say that it was incredible. At the same time, the cultivators who were familiar with Fatty and liked him also felt a sense of worry. If Fatty lost, he would be fused with by Chen Tianhe. In that case, would Fatty still be Fatty? The most important thing was, would Fatty still be considered a member of the Dehua College? They didn't think that Fatty could defeat Chen Tianhe, who was ranked first in the assessment of the First Academy. Chapter 1424. What the Star River King said is right. In that case, Chen Tianhe and Li Yuan will fight alone and become one. Do you two have any objections? Although the host was surprised, he made a decision quickly. Qi, that's exactly what I want. Chen Tianhe rose directly into the air and appeared on the ring in a flash. His whole body was blooming with a bright and sacred golden light, like a banished immortal. His eyes were calm and confident as he stared at Chen Hao and said lightly. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Chen Hao. The fat man frowned slightly and stared straight at Chen Tianhe, as if thinking about something. Li Yuan, do you have any objections? The host asked. No, I just didn't expect it to be so sudden. Chen Hao said. He did not expect the Star River King to know so much and do this. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not understand the purpose of the Star River King. Chen Hao and Chen Tianhe's situation was a very private matter in Chen Hao's view. After all, the Star River King sealed Chen Hao's origin for Chen Hao and forcibly stripped his avatar. It was not a glorious thing, but the Star River King said it in public. Although he secretly changed the concept and did not say that he did it, but that Chen Hao and Chen Tianhe had cultivated the 9 Lives mysterious technique to the highest level, Chen Hao still found it incredible. Is there a difference between earlier and later? Chen Tianhe said proudly. Of course there is. The corners of Chen Hao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile as he looked straight at Chen Tianhe and said without showing any weakness, "What's the difference?" Chen Tianhe knew Chen Hao's character very well. After all, he was still himself. Even though he knew that Chen Hao was definitely not showing weakness by saying this, he still asked, "The difference between you dying early and dying late?" Sure enough, as Chen Tianhe guessed, the smile on Chen Hao's face disappeared, and his eyes became fierce. His fighting spirit soared as he took a step forward. The next moment, Chen Hao had already arrived on the ring. However, what made Chen Hao frown was that he suddenly realized that there was a terrifying aura on Chen Hao's body. Although it was very, very hidden, it still appeared clearly in his senses. Invincible General Trend. How could he still be so confident in front of me? Is that even possible? Chun Tianhe was slightly puzzled. As the second anima, he was the only one of Chun Hao's true nirvanic rebirth. His cultivation had been built up step by step. Now, he was in charge of Chun Hao's most powerful force, the power of faith. How strong was the faith of all the cultivators in the ancient chaos world? Since the unification of the ancient chaos Great Thousand World, Chun Hao had become the ruler of the ancient chaos Great Thousand World. Chun Tianhe could feel the power of faith growing stronger all the time. The problem now was that he was restricted by his own realm. Otherwise, the power of faith that he could use would be absolutely terrifying. He had the sea, but he could only summon rivers. In this case, it meant that he had an endless supply of power of faith. In the same realm, who could be his match? More importantly, he had fused with the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth animus, the mad devil realm, the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree, the tree of life, and the spiritual fountain sea. All of them were heaven-defying existences. At this moment, he was confident that he could defeat any genius in the same realm. But at this moment, Chun Hao was still able to produce an invincible general trend in front of him. Where did Chun Hao's confidence come from? He couldn't figure it out. Furthermore, based on his understanding of his true self, he had to be cautious. It seems that you really did have some amazing fortuitous encounter. 1. A resplendent, sacred golden light suddenly gushed out from Chun Hao's body. At the same time, a boundless will of slaughter spread out. What? Chun Tianhe turned pale, with fright. Resplendent, sacred golden light. If that wasn't the power of faith, then what was it? One had to know that he had completely taken over the power of faith. How could Chun Hao still have more? And his aura wasn't any weaker than his. The others were even more shocked. Not only was Chun Hao suddenly releasing the aura of the power of faith, but it was also Chun Hao's appearance. Although they knew that Chun Tianhe and Fatty Li Yuan were at the highest level of the 9 Lives Profound technique, their appearances were completely different. However, when they couldn't sense the slightest bit of disguise, they knew that one of them had to be in disguise. Or rather, both of them were in disguise, and it was the ultimate form of the great change art. However, when they saw Fatty Li Yuan's figure disappear, and was replaced by a figure and appearance that was exactly the same as Chun Tianhe's, they were still incomparably shocked. They couldn't tell what exactly they were feeling. The figure, appearance, and aura were exactly the same. However, Chun Hao, who had just returned to his true self, felt more real. Just like what Miao Xian had said, he was very fake. When they didn't compare, they didn't feel it. However, when Chun Hao returned to his true self and appeared in front of them, they could feel the difference. So this is Fatty Bro's true appearance. When Fatty Bro was tested, we thought that he had gained intelligence from the will of slaughter that he inherited. The cultivators of the University of Dahua widened their eyes in shock. How did you regain control of the power of faith? Chun Tianhe couldn't help but ask. Do you still need to ask me such a simple question? Wang. Chun Hao said arrogantly and disdainfully. As he spoke, his body trembled once again, and a majestic vitality suddenly bloomed. Golden and green light intertwined, causing his cold and handsome face to look demonic. Chun Tianhe pointed at Chun Hao, feeling tongue-tied. What is the origin? Is the control of the origin really as simple as the suppression of the soul consciousness? What a joke! I was able to give birth to you and them. Do you really think that I borrowed their talents? Chun Hao's gaze turned cold as he stared at the shocked Chun Tianhe. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. Arrogant, imposing manner, #1 in evaluation? All bullshit. He was the true self. How could he let his doppelganger overshadow him? If you are arrogant and insufferably arrogant, then I will be even more arrogant and insufferably arrogant than you. Whether it is true combat strength or external competition, I will not be at a disadvantage. He wanted to completely trample him under his feet. Wang. Following Chun Hao's words, his body trembled once again. In an instant, it caused countless cries of surprise. Even the old man on the rostrum was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Thousands of Tao laws tumbled. The laws of heaven and earth interacted with it, becoming one. Kanate Tao embryo. Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree. Many experts could tell at a glance that something was wrong. You actually managed to condense them after you managed to see through their origin? There might be problems with the updates in the next 2 days. If there is a break in the updates, it will be updated on the 19th. Sorry, I have something to do overseas. Chapter 1425. Including you, Chun Hao said, as he stared at Chen Tianhe. Phew. Chen Tianhe let out a long breath, as if he was trying to expel the shock and pressure in his heart. He then said, I have to say that you're very strong. I knew that you weren't that simple, but you still shocked me today. Is that so? Chun Hao replied with a question in a proud manner. The battle intent in his body was still rising, and his pitch-black and deep gaze was sharp like a sword. Yes. However, do you really think that's all I'm capable of? Or do you think that I only relied on the power of faith to fuse with their power? If that's really the case, then you're too naive. You should know whether I've been naive or not. I'm not you anymore. You wouldn't have been in the past, but it's hard to say with the current me. It's not your style to reveal so much before the battle, but you've revealed it this time. What does that mean? You're guilty. Ridiculous. There's nothing ridiculous about it. When you saw my shock, you thought that I was afraid, and your aura grew stronger. Isn't that right? I can tell you clearly that you are just deceiving yourself. Chen Tianhe looked straight into Chen Hao's eyes. His voice became louder and louder, resounding through the heavens and earth. The Star River King, King Ying, the New Sword King, and countless cultivators from the great world of CND, especially the top 100 experts, were watching this scene with a solemn expression. Chen Hao and Chen Tianhe's auras were already so terrifying that even the top 100 experts felt great pressure. However, it was still rising. Strong. Extremely strong. Only Xiao Jiuqian, Ningjing, Qingyang, Miao Xian, Buchun, and Kong Ying were able to maintain a calm expression. They were the 6 people that everyone had predicted to enter the top 10, excluding Chen Hao and Chen Tianhe. Ha! Chen Hao chuckled at Chen Tianhe's words. Can we begin? Since you're in a hurry to die, then let's begin. Boom, boom, clang, clang. After the 2 of them finished accumulating their power, they did not waste any more time. Almost at the same time, they unleashed their auras without restraint and drew their swords. Chi, 2 beams of sword light bloomed at the same time. The same move, the same speed, the same power of faith gathered at the tip of the sword, and the sword stabbed out. The only difference was that Chun Hao's golden sword light of faith was enveloped in a layer of demonic blood color. That was the blossoming of his killing intent. On the other hand, Chen Tianhe's sword of pure faith. It was pure divine and seemed capable of purifying all evil in the world. It contained boundless and endless energy of faith. Boom. Rumble. Ah, this is... What happened? Countless young and inexperienced cultivators in the immortal realm, as well as those who were watching the battle at the scene, widened their eyes in surprise and cried out in surprise. In the sealed arena, when the two swords collided, the golden light shone brightly, causing the sky and earth to lose their color. The terrifying destructive power caused the entire Deerchaser Peak to tremble violently, with endless energy tumbling. But this was not the reason why the young disciples were surprised. The real reason was that everyone saw the image of the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, with dust and smoke billowing. How was this possible? This was the arena condensed by the most powerful true immortal kings on Deerchaser Peak, let alone Chun Hao and Chen Tianhe, who were cultivators from the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Even true immortals or ordinary true immortal kings could not damage it at all. How could Chun Hao and Chen Tianhe damage it? A master. At the same time, a few experienced and knowledgeable experts let out different exclamations of surprise. Strong. Incredible. It's just Daluo Jinxian, but he has already awakened his master. What's more incredible is that he can spontaneously combine yin and yang in the battle. Yeah, this year's competition is really strong. Look at Xing He King and King Ying. They don't seem surprised. Xiao Jiuqian, Ningjing, Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Kong Ying are not surprised either. This means that Chen Tianhe and Li Yuan are not the only ones who have awakened their masters and can use them. Indeed, a real great era is coming. Perhaps, in the near future, a real immortal emperor will be born from this batch of geniuses. Yeah, that's very likely. The discussion of countless experts made the young cultivators understand what was going on. The image of the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking was not a complete illusion, but a world of masters. In the terrifying explosion, Chun Hao's blood-red killing intent was completely annihilated. It did not break through Chen Tianhe's golden sword light and disappeared completely. However, Chun Hao's sword light was also unable to break through Chun Hao's sword light. Qi. This result seemed to be within the expectations of Chun Hao and Chen Tianhe. They did not stop and attacked again. At the same time, they approached each other at high speed. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, dense sword light and boundless sword intent wreaked havoc as the two of them fought in close quarters. Each sword strike was stronger, faster, and trickier than the last. At this moment, even Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Sword King Chen Taishu, the three real sword puppets, were shaken and their eyes lit up. This was the collision of the solitary sword arts. They had no moves and no styles, and they used offense as defense. What kind of concept was that? More importantly, this was only a sword skill. The divine ability runes that the two of them had fused into their sword skills were also refreshing and eye-opening. Chun Tianhe was not limited to the magical runes of the sword Dao. The magical runes he formed were ever-changing and wonderful. Chun Hao, on the other hand, was a pure combination of the sword Dao and the solitary sword arts. Although there were some limitations, he was not at a disadvantage. For a moment, even Sword King Chen Taishu could not tell who was stronger. But at this moment, Star River King frowned slightly and said softly, "I didn't expect him to be so strong." "Brother Xiao, who are you talking about?" Chen Taishu could not help but ask. King Ying also looked at Star River King at the same time. Both of them knew very well that Star River King's strength and vision were better than theirs. The only existence in the great world of Xian Di who was known as a half-step immortal emperor was not just a title. Of course, it's Li Yuan. Of course, Tianhe is him. And he is Tianhe. Brother Chen, Ying, I won't hide it from you. Before the battle, I had 100% confidence in Tianhe, but now I'm a little confused. To be exact, whether it's Tianhe or Li Yuan, they are both beyond my expectations. And Li Yuan, who is the original body, has continuously exceeded my expectations. Giving birth to life was built on the foundation of breaking through the origin. This exceeded my expectations. This required an extraordinarily high level of comprehension talent, but not only did he achieve it, he even fused his own thoughts into the foundation of breaking through the comprehension, which was his Tao. This is amazing. And now, he has imprisoned himself in the sword Tao, but he can compete with Tianhe. Naturally, it means that he is stronger. After all, he can't be a pure sword puppet. Chapter 1426. That's true, Chen Taishu said. Both of them are using the same sword skill. It should be the nearly lost ancient martial art, solitary sword art, right? Star River King looked at Sword King Chen Taishu and said, "That's right. The confrontation of solitary sword art under the premise of equal strength is a competition of combat talent and perception. In this regard, Tianhe should be a little inferior." Star River King said. Chen Taishu and King Ying both nodded slightly. When the same kind of formless technique and the same kind of attack as defense met, it naturally depended on who performed better on the spot. What depended on the performance? Combat talent and perception. The stronger one's combat talent, the more accurate and faster one's judgment and reaction would be. They would always be able to subconsciously make the strongest and most effective response in the shortest time. And the stronger one's perception, on the other hand, would be the first to break through the shackles under the premise of a difficult fight. Is that so? Although what Brother Xiao said makes sense. I feel that Li Yuan may be a little inferior to Chen Tianhe. Li Yuan's power of faith is like duckweed without a root. He has only comprehended the origin of the power of faith, but does not have a strong source of faith to support him. But Chen Tianhe is different. I can feel that he has an endless supply of power of faith. So, as time passes, Li Yuan's consumption has become the foundation of his shackles. I'm afraid this is not something that can be compensated for by combat talent and perception. It seems that you don't know much about your Tu Su, my disciple. Star River King smiled slightly and said, "Similarly, you don't understand the origin of the power of faith." Ahem, that's true. Sword King Chen Taishu said with a little embarrassment. He was a pure sword puppet, and indeed did not understand the power of faith. Why did Li Yuan expose his strength in advance? Why did he stop hiding his true appearance? Do you think it was really just to build momentum? It's not that simple. At this moment, it can be said that the great world of CND was watching his battle. He had recovered his true appearance and displayed his powerful strength, all for the sake of winning the providence. Luck and power of faith could be said to be closely related. Fame was luck, and being worshipped was the accumulation of luck. It was also the earliest form of condensing power of faith. Although the effect is not as good, and it has only just begun, and there is no time to accumulate it, the great world of CND is paying attention to it. It is enough to sustain a Daluo Jinxian in a continuous battle. Therefore, the problem you mentioned is not a problem at all. It is just that he is not accumulating it, but he has already begun to accumulate it rapidly. It is enough to sustain the accumulation of his consumption. Chen Taishu and Prince Ying were both incomparably shocked. Even they had not thought of this. One had to admit that Celestial River King, the #1 immortal emperor, was not someone they could compare to. However, at the same time, Chen also did not think about the Celestial River King's words. He just wanted to completely trample Chen Tianhe under his feet and completely defeat him, so that it would be easier for him to fuse with this independent thought that had lost control of its origin. It could be said that he hit the nail on the head. Chun Hao only found out after a few moves that his power of faith had an endless supply, and it had exceeded the speed of his consumption. I see. So, Li Yuan is going to win? Chun Taishu suddenly said, That is not necessarily true. I just said that I have lost 100% confidence in Tianhe. For the time being, I am not sure who the final winner will be. Tianhe still has a stronger power that he has not used. Brother Chen, I will say it directly. I said so much because I love talent. I don't want to lose such a good disciple. Similarly, I believe you don't want to lose such a good Tushu. Therefore, I think that no matter who wins in the end, whose thoughts dominate, we can have a very perfect ending. What do you mean? If Tianhe wins, I will still let him be your Tushu. Of course, Tianhe cannot be your only disciple. Although the relationship between him and Xiao Xia has not been announced to the world, it has been confirmed in private. I can't hide this from you. Ahem, Brother Xiao, I understand what you mean. That is to say, if Li Yuan wins, I will let him be your disciple and let Xiao Manxia be his Tao companion, right? Yes, but I can't promise you this. Oh, why? Isn't this a way to have the best of both worlds? Or brother, do you think Li Yuan will win? You know, Li Yuan said that I am his idol. Even if he wins, if I want to accept him as my disciple, he should be very happy. What's more, after the fusion, their minds will not be destroyed. What do you think? Brother Xiao, I will say what I want to say. He is my Tushu. I can't impose my consciousness on him. This is not my style. In my opinion, no matter what the outcome is, it should be his own decision. I should not interfere, and I will not interfere. That's good. Then let's wait for the results to come out. As long as you do not object to my statement, it will be fine. Celestial River King frowned slightly and said nothing. Chun Taishu also did not say anything, but he felt a faint worry in his heart. Since the Celestial River King took the initiative to say this, the meaning behind it was obvious. He did not want to lose such a talented disciple. Even if Chun Hao won, he would still take him under his wing. How could Chun Taishu not worry about such a situation? The Celestial River King was not as easy to talk to as he looked on the surface. As the strongest person in the great world of CND, as long as he wanted to do something, there was nothing he could not do. No one could go against his will. Otherwise, there would only be one result: destruction. Chun Taishu could not do it, and neither could King Ying. Moreover, Chun Taishu had already learned some things about the Celestial River King from Chun Hao. How could Chun Hao become his disciple? King Ying, who had been paying attention to the two, did not speak. However, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. She also learned about Chun Hao from Xi and had the same idea as Chun Taishu. However, the two of them had no other choice but to take one step at a time. Chi chi chi, boom boom boom. Chun Hao and Chun Tianhe fought back and forth, and were locked in a fierce battle. The sharp and tricky attacks made the spectators scream again and again. As time went by, the experts who had seen a lot of ancient martial arts were still okay. However, most of the cultivators were more and more shocked. The two's attacks were so skillful that they did not repeat any of their moves. Instead, they became more and more exquisite. They had never thought that such exquisite sword skills could exist. Chi, chi, ding, boom, boom. Suddenly, the two of them stabbed each other with the tip of their swords. A terrifying energy exploded between the two, and the two separated for the first time since the close combat. Chapter 1427. Humph, are you trying to defeat me with pure sword Tao? Chun Tianhe who finally had a chance to catch his breath, said coldly, or should I say, your strongest combat strength is sword Dao? If that's the case, admit defeat and fuse with me. I can consider fulfilling your wishes as much as possible. Boom, Chen Tianhe said proudly. As he spoke, the aura around him became stronger again. A majestic and vigorous blood qi soared into the sky. His physical body did not change at all, but he gave off the feeling of a god of war descending. He suddenly became several times more majestic and terrifying. At the same time, the sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and entered between his eyebrows. Obviously, he did not want to fight with sword techniques anymore. Everyone looked at Chen Tianhe's transformation in shock and was speechless. Even Xiao Jiuqian, Qin Yang, and Miao Xian's pupils shrank. What a powerful aura! Deer Chaser Ares technique? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Deer Chaser Ares technique. It's definitely the strongest technique of Deer Chaser Academy, Deer Chaser Ares technique. Chen Tianhe is so strong. He has only been in the great world of CND for a few hundred years, but he has already successfully cultivated the strongest technique of Deer Chaser Academy. This is unbelievable. No wonder he can become the chief grand Luo of Deer Chaser Academy. In the same realm, once he uses the Ares technique, heaven and earth will submit. Who can compete with him? Deer Chaser Ares technique was the strongest technique of Deer Chaser Academy. Once it was successfully cultivated, its power would be boundless. It was even stronger than the Shao clan's Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations. Is he going to admit defeat? Contrary to the expectations of most people, Chen Hao, who was surrounded by the energy of faith and the aura of slaughter, actually revealed a wisp of a victor's smile when facing Chen Tianhe, whose aura soared like the descent of a god of war, and spoke indifferently and with disdain. Force, an invisible force, an invincible force. It was still emitting from Chen Hao's body, spreading toward the endless void. It was invisible and untouchable, but it appeared in everyone's state of mind. However, most people did not understand the meaning of Chen Hao's words. Admit defeat? How could Chen Tianhe admit defeat? However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Hao's words made Chen Tianhe's expression turn ugly. After hesitating for a while, Chen Tianhe resolved the doubts in everyone's hearts. I am indeed a little inferior to you in terms of swordsmanship, but it's just a little bit. Even if I persevere, you won't be able to do anything to me. What's the point? If you don't continue, how do you know it's meaningless? Forget it. Meaningless disputes are meaningless. I will let you know that since I created you, I have the ability to destroy you with true power. Come on. Boom. Chen Hao didn't waste any more words. A vast and pure blood aura, one that was even more powerful than Chen Tianhe's, gushed out along with his words. All right, since that's the case, I'll let you experience my strongest combat strength. Chen Tianhe said coldly. Then he suddenly shouted, Only I, the god of war, will fight for supremacy in the world. Roar. Chi, chi, chi. Following Chen Tianhe's shout, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered towards him at a terrifying speed. This time, under the gaze of countless cultivators, regardless of whether they were at the scene or in the immortal realm, everyone could clearly see that Chen Tianhe's body had expanded by tens of thousands of times in an instant. His muscles, bones, and tendons emitted crisp and terrifying cracking sounds. A vast and terrifying aura pressed down on the crowd like a towering mountain. He punched out, and instantly an incomparably huge fist radiance bloomed with a destructive aura and shot towards Chen Hao at an astonishing speed. So powerful! Amazing! Can Great Liyuan do it? Countless cultivators looked at Chen Tianhe, who had expanded by tens of thousands of times like the god of war, in horror. At this moment, Chun Hao was like an insignificant ant in front of Chen Tianhe. Regardless of whether it was the aura of power, the aura of suppression, or the ethereal but real aura, none of them could be compared to Chen Tianhe's. Dear chasing art of war, I am the god of war. I am the god of war. Following the crazy increase in his strength, Chen Tianhe's confidence, which had been slightly affected, suddenly swelled again. The belief of invincibility rose, and he could clearly feel that at this moment he was in control of the pulse of heaven and earth. Die! Explode! Just as the devastating fist aura was about to reach Chen Hao, Chen Tianhe let out a loud roar and suddenly detonated it. Rumble, a terrifying explosion occurred. The hearts of the girls and Chen Hao's brothers and sisters clenched at this moment. Their eyes were wide open, and they were extremely nervous. This was because the power of Chen Hao's God of War art had increased by too much. Even though they had almost blind worship and faith in Chen Hao, they could not be sure that Chen Hao would be able to withstand this punch. Crack, 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 crack. However, in the midst of this terrifying energy explosion, the body of Chen Hao, who was as tiny as an ant, suddenly emitted a clear sound of bones and meridians that were filled with power. It seemed to be disorderly, but every sound was able to penetrate the terrifying explosion and resound in the hearts of the cultivators. At the same time, with every sound, the treasured sword in the hands of Chen Hao, who was standing proudly like an ant, would advance a little bit. Not only did his body not expand, but it also shrank rapidly with his movements. However, an extremely shocking scene appeared. A blood-red phantom, which was filled with endless killing aura, appeared in the void above Chen Hao's head. It was so huge that it was even bigger than Chen Hao's expanded body. It made the same movements as Chen Hao. At this moment, even the cultivators below the seventh heaven and above the first heaven of the cutting path true immortal realm could not sense any abnormalities in the phantom, let alone any energy fluctuations. However, the cultivators above the seventh heaven of the cutting path true immortal realm, as well as some experts who had truly awakened the hidden spirit and had mastered some of the ways to use it, all widened their eyes in horror. Ah! Miao Xian exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and she almost could not believe what she was seeing. Her heart was in her throat involuntarily. A yin spirit attack. How could he be so crazy? That was his doppelganger, which was not inferior to his completely independent doppelganger. Such a pure yin spirit attack was undoubtedly fatal to Chen Hao, who was using his yang spirit attack. However, it was also fatal to Chen Hao. Last time, Chen Hao and Miao Xian were lucky enough to survive because of the accidental fusion of yin and yang. Otherwise, they would not have survived until now. However, even though Chen Hao knew the danger, he still attacked Chen Tianhe, whose strength was not inferior to his. What was the difference between this and perishing together? Chapter 1428. Bang! Chen Hao's body, which was as tiny as an ant, was finally unable to withstand the terrifying fist aura when the sword was completely unleashed. His body exploded like a human bomb. Ah! Ah! Countless screams were heard, whether it was the siblings who knew Chen Hao or the cultivators who didn't know Chen Hao. They all felt sorry for him. No matter what, he was a true monstrous genius. He definitely had the strength to challenge the top 3 of the Daluo Golden Wonderland in the great world of Xiandi. However, he exploded and died. Miao Xian covered her chest, and her face turned pale. Junior sister. Qin Yang also widened his eyes in shock and held Miao Xian's shoulder. It wasn't that they didn't expect such an ending, but they didn't expect it to happen so suddenly and so quickly. Why was Chun Hao so irrational? Even if his Yin soul could kill his opponent's Yin soul. So what? However, those who truly understood Chun Hao, such as Chun Nan and the others, were only shocked at the first moment before they heaved a long sigh of relief. This was because they saw a strand of resplendent green light. Even though it was only a tiny bit, it was filled with extremely pure vitality. Oh my God, little Hao Hao's life origin is even purer than my inheritance. It's so powerful. The effeminate Zhou Qinglong even extended his thumb and middle finger. He was dumbfounded and said with a face full of admiration, Chun Hao's physical body was destroyed, but he managed to complete the Yin deity phantom of his sword and stabbed out. In the eyes of many cultivators, there was no energy or sound, but it was as fast as lightning. Before Chun Hao's huge body could react, the phantom and the heaven and earth merged into one and pierced through Chen Tianhe's body. The sword radiance was aimed at Chen Tianhe's forehead. Chun Hao's phantom passed through Chen Tianhe's body like a shadow without any damage. It was as if a real phantom had passed through him. However, boom! Raging flames spurted out from Chen Tianhe's body. Roar! At this moment, Chen Tianhe let out a crazy and shrill roar. His eyes instantly became lifeless. Whoa! Not far away, a sparkling emerald light suddenly shook, and Chun Hao's figure appeared again. Although his eyes were still empty and he was in a daze, his spirit was full. His aura was no different from the previous Chun Hao's physical body. The sun spirit was intact. As for Chun Hao's gigantic Yin spirit shadow, it disappeared the moment it pierced through Chen Tianhe's forehead. We won. At this moment, the top experts on the rostrum and the experts above the 7th level of Cutting Path True Immortal all looked at Chun Hao, who had been revived with full blood. They were extremely shocked. At this moment, even though the result was still not out, there was already no suspense. Chun Hao's powerful Yin spirit attack directly crushed and devoured Chun Hao's Yin spirit, while Chun Hao's Yang spirit was instantly reconstructed with his powerful and pure life force without any damage. At this moment, it was just a matter of waiting, because Chun Hao's Yin spirit had been integrated into Chen Tianhe's Yang spirit, which was burning because of the imbalance of Yin and Yang. Junior sister, look, his Yang spirit is fine. It's the life force. What a powerful life force. It can be reconstructed in an instant. Qin Yang's excited voice woke Miao Xian, who was uncontrollably immersed in sorrow, and her pale face instantly showed excitement. When they saw the life force shining, the girls and Chen Nan's brothers and sisters, who had already breathed a sigh of relief, showed excited smiles at this moment. Dahua Li Yuan is really too strong. It's already amazing that the Daluo Golden Wonderland can awaken the Yin spirit, but he can cultivate it to the same level as the Yang spirit. He can launch an attack as powerful as the Yang spirit and defeat Chen Tianhe's Yin spirit with one move and occupy his physical body immediately. Using the characteristics of life of the same origin, he can adjust the subtle balance of Yin and Yang, and his own Yang spirit can use the extremely pure life force to reconstruct in the first place. It's really incredible. Who can fight against such a freak? This time, Dahua Li Yuan will definitely take the champion's throne. His combat strength has completely surpassed the shackles of the realm. He is absolutely invincible. It should be, at least until now, in the tens of millions of years in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, I have never seen such a freakish combat strength. Some of the true experts who understood what was going on exchanged words in surprise. At this time, Xiao Jiutian Kongying and the other experts also looked at Chun Hao in horror, and their expressions became more solemn. Kong Ying frowned, and her fighting spirit soared uncontrollably. Her long hair fluttered without wind, causing the top 100 members around her to look sideways. But after only a few seconds, Kong Ying's fighting spirit suddenly weakened until it disappeared. Then, she seemed to shake her head helplessly and did not avoid the attention of the crowd as she muttered, "Is this the real great era? If I had broken through the coffin and stepped on the path of a stronger great Tao, maybe I could. But now, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. And this is just the great world of Xiandi." Kong Ying admits that she is no match for Dahua Li Yuan. Many of the cultivators who noticed Kong Ying were still surprised after hearing her words, although they thought it was normal. After all, Kong Ying had not revealed her true combat strength yet, and she had already become one of the top 10 in everyone's hearts. Such a heaven-defying existence would not admit defeat easily, even if she was not as good as her opponent, unless there was an insurmountable gap. Here, the so-called insurmountable gap was the situation where one could not defeat the opponent even if their own little universe erupted. Xiao Jiuqian also glanced at Kong Ying and then looked at the arena again with a solemn gaze. No one knew what he was thinking, but from his sharp eyes, one could be sure that he did not admit his inferiority like Kong Ying did. Hiss! Hiss! Sure enough, a moment later, the raging flames on Chun Hao's body weakened rapidly. When they completely disappeared, they turned into a stream of light and entered the glabella of Chun Hao's reconstructed body. Boom! Ah, dash! Everyone thought that this would be the end. Dahua Li Yuan would win, and Chun Tianhe, who everyone thought most highly of, would be fused. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment Chun Hao and Chun Tianhe fused, a sudden change occurred. Chun Hao's aura was like a river bursting through a dam or a volcano erupting. In an instant, endless Tao laws and resplendent immortal light gushed out, as if they had completely lost control. They surged violently, causing Chun Hao to let out a shrill and terrifying scream. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Chun Hao's body and even the glabella began to explode continuously at this moment. In an instant, bloody holes appeared, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the saint-level soft armor he wore could not withstand the power of the explosion from Chun Hao's body. The runes shattered, and the soft armor cracked. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.